Hello, Curvies. Curvies, is that you? Happy Sunday, beautifuls, magnificents, wonderfuls, exemplaries, excellence. Happy Sunday. How are y'all feeling today? I hope that you are feeling as good as you're looking, because I can see through this computer all the way into your soul, and I know that it is so full of what's gold. And I am so glad that you popped in with me to spend some time on this Sunday morning. Yes, it's all about the grand rising over here on LRGA Curves. I hope you smash that like button, smash the subscribe button on your way in. If you haven't already, go ahead and ring my bell. Ring my bell. All right. Because that way you'll get notified next time I upload a video, and you'll be able to become part of this beautiful curvy community that we are growing over here in the YouTube streets and everywhere else. It's all about a ripple, you know. It's all about a ripple, like a pond. When you throw one thing out, you get that ripple, you know. And that's what our energy does off each other, you know. We be getting those ripples, ripple, ripple, ripple. So I hope my ripple is influencing your ripple in a most positive way while we are here to talk about some things that came across my desk in breaking news type format. Okay. Yes. Okay. Look, I would turn my camera off, but look, girls in a robe, and my background is from yesterday. I didn't even make a background today. I saw this news and I was like, let me pop on as soon as I can, because I want to be the first one to say this shit. I want to be the first one to say that there's an actual petition for Gizzelle. This stuff just came out, you guys. It came across my freaking feed this morning. It only had 300 signatures when it got to me. I shared it. Somebody else shared it. Now it's up to how many signatures? 619. Let's refresh. Maybe it's more. Nope, still 619 people so far have signed this No Gizzelle Means No petition, you guys. Curvies, Bianca, right on. I see you got your wrench. Would you be my, let me ask you formally. Bianca, would you be my moderator? Please. Please. I gave you a wrench, but I didn't even ask. Would you mind being my moderator, darling? Because I love your vibe. I love your energy. You're always in the house, and I appreciate you. So I would hope that you would like to be my moderator. Thank you very much. I'm turning this off now. So yes, let me see. Lynn Siller's in the house. Right on. Hello. Happy Sunday. Yes, I woke up to this. I woke up to this, y'all. Thank you, Bianca. Thank you. Love you. All right. Thank you. You guys, Bianca's our newest moderator. Give her a shout out. Show her some love. We love her in the house. Can't wait till she gets her channel going and stuff, and we'll be able to go over there and support her also, because she's always supporting people in these YouTube streets, and we love her. Thank you, Mademoiselle. Hey, did you see? Yes, that's what I'm saying. I didn't do it. This was one of the times I talked about it, but wasn't about it. Did I say there should be a petition for this specifically? I think she should be off the show, but I personally didn't start the petition. But the petition is right here for us to go over to. It came across my, as soon as I woke up, you know, I'm one of those people, I be trying not to, but I'm one of those people that as soon as my alarm goes off, I do my morning, like, thank you, gods, for waking me up this morning. So good that you're here. I do the, Leah, do you feel my touch all over my body to call myself back to myself? And then I like to stretch, I get up. I love waking up on the right side of bed. On the wrong side of bed. You can literally lay there until you feel like it's the right side of bed. You don't have to make it a normal day. You don't have to. At least in my head, in my world, that's what I do. Okay. So I did my thing. And then I really try not to. I try to let it be a whole hour before I reached for any electronic devices, but my thing was already saying ding, 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 doing all the freaking notifications because I only have my thing to 8 hours, and my 8 hours is always up before my hour is up for myself, right? So I probably need to adjust my schedule. Actually, that's all I need to do. See solution. But the thing was dinging, and I was like, well, I wonder what those are. And the freaking thingamajig was like, there's a petition for Gizzelle, and it's on change.org. And I got it out of my Instagram. It was on my feed. And like I said, it had 300 signatures when I got it this morning. It's up to 700 signatures. So far, 619 people have signed this today, you guys. But I did not start this. No. Let's see. We can see it was started by Danique Thompson. I'd have to log in. Here, let me take this off and I will log in so we can see about her, because I would like to know a little about her. Add back to the stage. So Danique Thompson, all it says is that she's in Miami, Florida, y'all. She's in Miami, Florida. So shout out to Miami, Florida. I'm not sure if that's 350, 305. Hashtag City Girls Up, Florida. And she started this petition. Does it say when? No, it doesn't give us those details. Oh, 2 days ago. It says right here. Started the petition 2 days ago. 500 supporters as of 6 hours ago. Remove the jebs are some of the comments. View all the reasons for signing. She's a bird, not a plane. Look, up into the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Gizzelle. No. Look, it says she's a bird, you guys, but not the nice birds. I just noticed there's a peacock. My neighbor has a freaking peacock. I love peacocks. I'm like, that's such freaking good energy, you guys. Right down the street from me. I don't like the fact that she accused 2 darker women of fighting. Exactly. Okay, so we're going to get into all of this. Let's start at the beginning. Curvies, I really appreciate you. Smash that like button. Smash the subscribe button if you haven't already. Look, she's only 300 away from a goal that she started 2 days ago. Look, you guys can reach your goals too. There is enough to go around. You can have do be anything. And if we want to have Gizzelle off our screen, then she'll be off our screen soon enough. She'll be off our screen. But you know what? I keep saying that if you really want Gizzelle off the screen, they don't really care about her being a colorist. They don't care about that. That's pretty much black on black crime in a way, you know. But what they will care about are her anti-Semitic remarks that she made to Katie in the first season. I mean, if Jenny Wynn is getting fired for a post that she put about Obama as a monkey, like from a couple years ago, then I'm pretty sure that what Gizzelle said on the show about how Jews don't like Katie and stuff, go back and watch it, all in season 1. She had a mouthful of anti-Semitism. And I'm surprised that it went this long and she hasn't had any checkings about that in particular. But let's get to this freaking petition. Bravo. So Dominique is demanding that Bravo terminate Gizzelle Bryant for false accusations. This petition is deeply personal. I have been a Potomac fan since season 1, and unfortunately, my favorite show is now going down the drain because of Gizzelle Bryant. I don't want anyone suing me, so I'm saying allegedly for these statements within this petition, even though we have heard the statements on the TV uttered by Gizzelle. It seems from an incident where Gizzelle Bryant, a cast member of the Bravo network, falsely accused Chris of touching Deborah's butt, aka eyebrows. Ashley's 5 head full of lies and her friend eyebrows is who this Deborah is. Deborah is eyebrows. So whenever I'm talking about eyebrows over here, whenever I say the eyebrows or brought her eyebrows, I'm talking about Deborah. And if I call it a 5 head full of lies, then I'm talking about Ashley. Okay. because I just can't. I just can't. Anyway. It stems from the incident where she did that and said that she touched eyebrows' butt. The accusation was not only baseless, but also painted Chris as a predator, which he is not. Such false accusation can ruin lives and reputations in an instant. She also said Chris made her go into a room, which she later recanted. We already know. Gizelle's irresponsible behavior has caused immense distress and harm to both Chris and Candace and to viewers. This is unacceptable for someone with such an influence to misuse their platform by spreading damaging lies about innocent people. Not only, but Gizzelle has gone after so many marriages on the show. It's the same storyline every season. She says she was against violence when Monique incident happened, but then when Wendy, the dark skin, was assaulted by Mia, the light skin, she was still friendly with Mia. There seems to be... Okay, come on now. Sorry, you guys. So there seems to be some colorist behavior going on as well. Wendy, dark skin, had nothing to do with the fight eyebrows, light skin, caused, but Wendy was thrown into it by Gizzelle in the clip of the reunion where Gizzelle said the fight was caused by Candace, Wendy, and Kieran. Why does Gizzelle have this unconscious bias towards Wendy? She later corrected herself and removed Wendy, but why was Wendy even thrown in it in the first place? False accusations of sexual assault are serious matters that can lead to severe consequences for the accused, even when they're innocent. According to National Registry of Exonerations, 52% of wrongful convictions in the United States resulted in exoneration involved perjury of false accusation. And that's the National Registry of Exonerations in 2017. We believe Bravo should hold this cast member accountable for their actions and statements. Therefore, we demand that Bravo terminate Gizzelle Bryant immediately due to her false accusations against Chris. By signing this petition, you are standing up against false accusations and supporting justice for those wrongfully accused like Chris. Please sign this petition today. Share the QR code in person or use the QR code for your own material. Download this QR code. So you guys, let's see. Has the number gone up? Let's refresh this. 5 more people have signed since we started reading it. Yes. This is a lot to take in. It is, right? Can you guys even believe it? Can you guys? I am like, so yes. Congratulations, Bianca. Right on. Yes. It's serious. The people are upset. The viewers are enraged. There's basically pitchforks outside the castle, and we don't want cake. We want Gizzelle fired. There's not enough cake to go around. Plus, everybody's on semaglutide, Ozempic, and all the other things. So nobody wants your fucking cake. We want Gizzelle fired. Okay? The people have their tiki torches. They're outside of the freaking castle. Gizzelle needs to be gone. Right? I mean, hey, that's what it is. I don't think I signed that one. I don't see this. It's in the description. The link to this is in the description for this video. If you want to check it out in person, or if you want to share it or sign it or do a version of cyber burn it, I don't know. It depends on where you are. This reunion really showed how nasty Gizzelle is, and they are over it. Exactly. And that's, we've been over it, but it's like the extent to which they allow her to continue. Like, she just got finished saying that everything she said last reunion was wrong, pretty much, because it was all about accusing Chris of some bullshit, right? So now she comes in this reunion, a little mention. Oh, there are 2 petitions? Let's see. Can we find another one for Gizzelle Bryant? Let's do a search. In here, let's make it big. Search Gizzelle Bryant. No results found. Well, I don't know. It says it's right there. Well, if you have a link for the other one, I would love to see it. Is it for her to get fired, or is it to counteract the one for her to get fired? Because this is pretty specific. And these are all, the lady did say, her name is Danique Thompson out of Florida, did say that she's going to say allegedly, because it is a TV show, and according to Jax Taylor over there on Vanderpump Rules, Bravo scripted. I mean, over on his racist spinoff show, The Valley, Bravo is scripted. Yeah. When Chris mentioned that they said Candace have to be responsible for her words, but when Gizzelle says something outlandish, she chopped it down to using wrong word, and they just shrugged it off. Exactly. I'm like, type no Gizzelle. Okay. Let's go back and type no Gizzelle. No Gizzelle. Maybe I'm spelling her name wrong. Oh, Fire Mia Thornton is on here too. Oh, this one was started by a person named, oh no, was it started by a person named Leah? You guys know my real name is Leah, right? I didn't do that one though, you guys, I promise. Gizzelle Rodriguez wrote that one. Gizzelle Herrera wrote that one. This one is Fire Mia Thornton for threatening a cast member with assault and promoting violence. This was way back in 2021. She didn't get over 351 signatures. 500 was the goal. Has threatened. Yeah, she did. But when Candace likes a video or likes a comment that has some type of physical violence in it, they just spent the whole first 40 minutes of the first reunion dragging Candace because she liked other people's words, yet they allow Mia's light-skinned words that where she said, what did she say? On the show, she's talked about Candace having to meet her outside. At both the reunion episodes, she expressed her desire to physically attack Candace on social media after promising Andy that she would do better. She's been promoting physical violence and encouraging online bullying against Candace. It's made worse by Andy Cohen saying things like Candace was almost attacked last year when he knows she was attacked. Then nodding and smiling when Mia says, "Watch your motherfucking back." And her ass kicking is over fucking due, Andy. Oh, did you guys hear when Mia said that? Her ass kicking was over fucking due. But this, and all that stuff gets brushed over. This season, they let everybody on that stage turn to Candace and talk to her about liking a video that somebody else's word said. But Mia goes unchecked. Gizzelle goes unchecked. Andy laughs and shrugs it off when Mia and Gizzelle do it. But he really wants to know, why did Candace do that? Why are you crying, Candace? Why did you like that, Candace? What was going through your head, Candace? And then he does that little smirk like it's wrong. You know, that smirk like, you shouldn't have done it. You know that one? Nothing, no smiling of support like when he does, when Mia says some bullshit, right? As an employee representative for the network, he should not be condoning or promoting violence against these women. Her online smear campaign against Dr. Wendy Osefo, Candace Dillard-Basket, and Ascale Davis is very alarming, rooted in colorism. She's picking on the dark-skinned women of the cast. She's fanning the flames of the fan base, knowing they will attack Candace, Ascale, and Wendy online. Bravo has this fan base because they continue to encourage, reward problematic housewives. There's already been physical violence at the hands of ex-cast member on Potomac. Does Bravo, NBC Universal, and Andy Cohen want this to continue? Bravo and Andy Cohen have let it go unchecked by writing off her actions as first season jitters. She promised to do better, but she's still continuing to promote violence. She said in the interview that if she comes back, she will fight Candace. She knows the existing fan base that Bravo has earned will applaud this kind of violence. They need to stop rewarding this kind of behavior. Mia Thornton needs anger management. Not a spot on next season. Andy, Bravo, NBC Universal need to address this disgusting behavior and issue a formal apology to Candace Dillard-Basset for their negligence and ignoring their duty of care and responsibility to creating a safe work environment. Update: Mia has now assaulted Dr. Wendy Osefo for no reason. This is not the first time violence has taken place on RHOP for absolutely no reason, and it's towards a dark-skinned woman. I wonder why. Andy Cohen said in his book, Not All Diamonds and Rosé, we don't like when shit like this happens. It's bad for the series. It's not why we created the series. This show is not meant to be the bad girls club. It's not meant to be love and hip hop. He says one thing in public but encourages violent behavior, so does the network. Why open up the colorism discussion at the reunion after you let it go on? Ashley Darby, who's light-skinned, accused colorists, hog to conversation all about herself. Andy is meant to hold the women accountable with facts. Production inserts flashbacks to remind the audience what really happened and hold the cast accountable. A segment on colorism was derailed by Ashley, a light-skinned woman, could pull a Karen and play victim. She lied about events that happened 2 years prior. Andy is not fit to host the segment on colorism. Karen and Mia, meanwhile, are rolling their eyes and groaning. So all that stuff that they persecuted Candace and Wendy for this season, which didn't really happen. We didn't hear a groan when Gizelle's neck was talking about her daughters, and we didn't really see an eye roll. I kind of just saw them look at each other like, here we go. Like, let's just look here. Let's not say anything. How can they possibly find something wrong with this? Let's just hold each other's gaze. And Karen and Mia can openly roll their eyes and groan, along with Gizzelle. Remember, she went to that weed rolling event when they were using oregano to learn how to roll Happy Eddie's strain. And Gizzelle was sitting there smirking and rolling her eyes, and she even said at one point, I wasn't smiling, I wasn't having a good time. And then the 8th housewife showed us how in fact she was having a pretty good time at the event, unbeknownst to her wicked ass. And but it's never a problem when anybody else does it. But it's always a problem and something to be talked about. Everybody gets to question Wendy and Candace about things that they all do, but it's only a problem when they do it. That's why everybody gets to question them about it, because everybody does it. Well, yeah, we know, but we're only going to question you about it because that's when the problem is when you do it. Dark-skinned girls. School days much? I'm not sure. But look, we could do a blackout for tonight. We could literally make it blacker than black and do a blackout for tonight. And we could come back next week and review it when none of the views count. and really hit Bravo where it can really hit them, because they're going to get so many freaking hate views tonight of people just being like, this is the last time I'm going to watch, that it's only going to encourage this type of behavior to continue from Bravo. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I'm willing to watch it next week. I totally am. I totally am willing to watch it next week and not allow them to be rewarded for the BS to continue in the same vein, because it's only a problem when Candace does things. It's only a problem when Wendy's in the room. Like I told you, it's the freaking phenomenon of looking for the closest Black person so you can blame them. And even when there's not a Black person in your town, we know that there's historical empirical facts show that people will be like, a Black person did it. Yep, they broke in my house and they did all this stuff and they did this, that, and the other. It was 8 of them. Yep. And then they change it to, oh, they were wearing black. Or they change it to 3 guys. But it always starts off with black. It does. It does. Unfortunately, it's a conditioning in society after they did this whole social construct of race. We already know the thing. But after they did all that, the conditioning became that your adjacence and proximity to the lightest thing in the room means that you're probably going to get the less harshness of whatever's about to happen. Therefore, the whole thing Candace was saying about a proximity to whiteness is in fact a true statement. It does garner you certain protections, as we can see here. Not only Ashley, who brought up colorism the first season, not only Mia, who can physically assault people, stay on the show, not apologize, threaten to physically assault some more people, entice viewers to bully them online, not get brought up, it gets smirked off and laughed at by Andy Cohen. Yet we have Candace, who liked a tweet and had to sit there and apologize for liking a tweet that said Gizzelle should probably, I don't know what this freaking thing said, but Gizzelle took it as a death threat. But Gizelle's actions are what warrants the death threats. It's not what Candace likes after the fact. You see what I'm saying? Because you see this petition right here has been up since 2021, y'all. 2021. Since 2021. And they added Bravo and others on their shit. So Bravo knows about it. This is public knowledge. This is the equivalent to Monica Garcia in Salt Lake City having that cease and desist that's public record with Bravo named. So somebody at Bravo knew some shit that they should have let the other person at Comcast know before they talked to you about you didn't make this thing, the arrangement. Okay? Anyway, yeah, I just went there. Oh my gosh, this person is really named Leah R. Let's see about him. Perth, Australia. Right on. See, even in Australia, they're fucking annoyed. Okay? They're annoyed at the BS. Thanks for coming through to LRGA Curves. Smash that like button. Smash the subscribe button. If you haven't already, go ahead and ring the bell so you can get notified when we upload some more videos. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Thank everybody for being in the house. So the petition started with Mia needs to get off the show for threatening and doing the smear campaign. And then it got updated to an actual physical assault. Who had first chair this season? Who had first chair this season, you guys? Who had first chair this season? After all of this abhorrent behavior, since 2021 documented and known to Bravo that it's triggering their melanated viewers, what does Bravo do? They continue to allow the berating of Candace and Wendy, Ascale, who was also a very brown-skinned girl that season. Monique needed to take all the accountability for everything she ever did. And I wasn't even with that shit that Monique pulled and still hasn't apologized for because it's not on her heart. I'm like, that's still not a good look. You know what I'm saying? And plus she got used by Gizzelle. That was Gizelle's hand who pushed Monique. That made Monique really pop off. I mean, she was already like stalking Candace pretty much from the rumblings that the Green Eye Bandits were filling her with. And those two ladies allowed those other two ladies to come between them because the whole, you just want to come to work and do your job. I'm pretty sure that's how it happens. People are like, no, they're kissing up to the green-eyed bandits. Oh, they're kissing their ass. I'm like, no. You guys maybe want to consider that Candace is a professional and is able to show up at a work about filming your life with other ladies and get in a room and film her life with ladies she doesn't even give a fuck about. Because she's a professional. Whereas we have Gizzelle, on the other hand, who's not a professional. She's a professional monster. She's a professional monster. And she's a professional asshat to her best friend, Rob the Builder. Yep, Rob the Builder wears her as an asshat every chance she gets. Every chance she gets. But gets rewarded. You get rewarded. The closer you get to harming Candace when you're light skinned, the closer you get to the first chair. Because why did Mia get the first seat this season after all of this physical violence? But they're questioning Candace. That was at least, I'm serious, it was at least 20 minutes of the 48 minutes, you guys, that everybody took a turn and turned to Candace and was like, well, what? But you liked it though. But you liked it though. But you can't do that. All of them sitting there policing Candace's existence. All of them sitting there bullying Candace. That's what it was. Because they've done worse. They've said worse. They physically assaulted people. This is like when Evelyn Lozada physically assaulted that girl who married that older guy who she called Ling Ling. But OG was the one who needed to be on a separate stage. You guys don't see the fucking... It's the same. It's exactly the freaking same. How are they rewarding this behavior against the mother of all creation? The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice, the more melanin, the more freaking UV protection. Look it fucking up. You guys, why did Mia get first seat after a smear campaign? After physical violence that had already been on the show against Candace? Then Mia gets to do her freak out and physically assault Wendy. Ashley overtakes the colorism conversation that we already went back. If you guys check out the video that we did last week, you can go back and see. We played the clip from season 1, reunion part 1, when Ashley was calling the two girls who with the most European features the problem for always bringing up race. And I told you, Gizzelle had very anti-Semitic remarks that I'm surprised haven't Jenny Winder yet. If Jenny Wynn had to get off the TV because she was saying all that stuff about that was racist leaning and all that stuff, she had some very problematic tweets and posts on her stuff. Yet they have the green-eyed bandit Gizzelle gets to say all this anti-Semitic stuff. Really, NBC? I'm surprised you guys let it go on for so long. I mean, you really don't care about all this black on black stuff. You really don't. That's why she's had all this time. So it's just going to take for them to be reminded about her anti-Semitism, I'm sure. And then somebody will finally talk to her. But all of this stuff, she's just going to keep on getting rewarded. When Monique was there with her binder, didn't we hardly hear a peep from Gizzelle? And she had first chair. How many times has Gizzelle had first chair and hardly said a word? Right? And now she's in second chair and she had everything to say. She knows how to perform really well, huh? And it was all contentious and aggressive and all aimed at Candace and Wendy. And then when Kiara came out, Kiara, you guys, how is it that we have allowed them to do this to us? I told you guys last time This is television. There's a programming going on, and they are like enacting School Days geriatric version, the lights against the dark, en masse for all to see, for it to be continued and perpetuated en masse. And I'm sickened by it. I'm like, see how the bell just went off when I said that? I'd be feeling like that serendipity, like the universe being like, see, Larger, you on a roll. That's right, girl. That's right, girl. Mm-hmm. There's a lot to be said. Look, it's all a production. This word right here. Production, production, production. What are they producing? They're producing a black on black crime type stereo line. And the crime is that the light-skinned girls get to constantly berate, abuse, assault, blame, scapegoat. They get to do all that to the brown girls. And look at the glee in Andy's eyes. Look, he's so excited when they do that. That's exactly the look he be having on his face too. Ooh, this is so cute. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look, this is so, oh my God. He gets his popcorn. He be reaching for brownies in the middle of black trauma, you guys. He reaches for brownies. It's freaking entertainment for him. And by proxy, the world. I think there's a way for us to show up and do better, be better. I mean, we don't always have to be like the best, but when you're already the best, you can at least show up like that. Why, if there are people keep saying things like, oh my God, I know Gizzelle in real life, and she's such a good person. She literally is on a TV show lying about sexual assault. She literally is. That's a good person? I'm not sure how that's good. See? The freaking thing went off again. Because it's not good. It's not good. Okay? Okay, let's go back. This is, we were looking up, somebody had said in the comments that there was two mints in one, another Gizzelle freaking petition, but we'll go back to the original one that brought us on the show today. Back, forth and forth. And this is the one. It's a no Gizzelle means no. Demand for Bravo to terminate Gizzelle Bryant for false accusations. There's now 712 signatures. Like I said, this morning when this came across my desk this morning, there was 300 signatures on this thing. Okay? 300. So, yes. So, this lady named Danique Thompson out of Florida is sick and tired of the tired and the sickness. Okay? And this is because specifically it stems from the incident where Gizzelle Bryant, cast member of Bravo Network, falsely accused Chris of touching Deborah's butt. And we've already established that in this channel, we call her eyebrows. So the eyebrows that the five head full of lies brought to the party to accost, assault, and cause physical harm and mental anguish to her paid cast member, Candace, when she brought her to that party to do that. We call her eyebrows over here because I love Sesame Street. And that was funny when Candace called her Sesame Street and everything, but I love Big Bird. I love Cookie Monster. I love Ernie and Bert. And I didn't really want to ruin it. So I just refer to her as what she's so proud about. Remember, she's like, you're just jealous of my eyebrows. Oh, my eyebrows are so natural. Oh my God, and Happy Eddie. She totally reminds me of Vera DeMilo. Google it. Do a side-by-side of Vera DeMilo and eyebrows, and you guys will get it. I might pull it up for you. Okay, but this particular petition that I did not create, but I did sign it, you guys, because I'm tired of the sick and tired. Gizzelle has gotten away with so freaking much. There's no reason that Candace Dillard Bassett and all of her cute excellence should be off my screen, and I should have to tolerate Gizelle's neck one more fucking season. I'm tired of her being rewarded for abhorrent behavior. No Diddy. Okay? No Gizzelle, no Diddy. It's the same for me right now. It's the same. It's the whole season of freaking revelations and rose-colored glasses falling away to the point where when you're done being triggered by your entertainment, you're done. And I'm sure that Candace would continue to just entertain me without triggering me, because she's understood the assignment from day one, where when you sign a contract to be on a show with ladies and kiki and have shade time with them and travel and be awesome and do your life and show us what you're working on and show us a relationship, not put it behind a paywall, not rent a man for a season, I'm positive I would continue to be freaking entertained by Candace. Whereas on the other hand, Gizelle's pretty has worn off. Remember, Ray told her it was a prophecy. Ray Huger told Gizzelle when they sat down that her pretty was going to wear off. It only lasts so long. Her glimmer spell is over. It's not entertaining. And if you really think about it, did she ever even really have good shade? Or was it just mean shade, but everybody gave it a pass because of what she looked like? Did she ever really have a storyline? Or did she just give us some stuff to fill in when she was being a narcissist, wreaking havoc on other people's lives who get more attention than her because they have more going on than her? Her glimmer spell is over. Even though she did look really good at the reunion this year, she finally got her dress right. But the rest of it is over. We see through you. My grandma told me, I was like, Grandma, me and my granny were sitting one day and she's like, oh, you're so pretty. You're so beautiful. I'm like, you're just saying that because you're my grandma. And she told me, you're beautiful on the inside. That's where it counts. Because beautiful on the outside will only get you so far, LRGA. She instilled that in me when I was a little big girl back in the day. And I really try to be like just a pleasant human on this earth. You know what I'm saying? Because why not? Be a beautiful soul. Have a beautiful mind. But when you're a beautiful on the outside person who grew up in a house, rest in peace to her daddy, but she grew up in a house where he was calling brown-skinned women Aunt Jemima and being very upset that her Aunt Jemima looking ass beat him out for the office that he also was running for. She grew up in a house where that was like what they were talking about. So I can see how that would translate in a subconscious, conscious kind of way to our girl. And I think she needs to get that fucking shit addressed, because in the meantime, I've been triggered watching her. And these petitions are showing us that other people are also freaking triggered and over the bullshit. When you go from anti-Semitism, telling Katie about how Jewish people don't like her and all that stuff in that season 1. And when you go to her bringing up the baby's paternity, oh yeah, Karen, come to the front, bitch. We're gonna have to talk about how all of a sudden you care what kids have to hear later on the TV. When you were at the meeting about Monique and her paternity of her baby that season, Kern was at the table. They talked about it so much that season and then so much at the reunion. Did we ever hear Karen that season when they were talking about Monique and Chris's son? Because it's about the woman on this show, right? So Monique was a brown-skinned lady, married to her brown-skinned husband. They have a baby. Gizzelle brings up paternity on the show about who's the daddy of the baby. Remember, she brought it up on camera. They played the shit on camera. Then they talked about it at the reunion. We find out that Karen was at the meeting about it. They talked about it some more at the reunion. Did we ever hear Karen say anything about, oh, we shouldn't be talking about this because the child will hear this later? No, we didn't. Because Monique's proximity to the in-group was diminished by the amount of melanin she had, because this season, Mia and her paternity of her son comes up, and this is a good, juicy story, and it's true. And there was really a question, at least when Monique did it, it was all lies and pondering, right? We didn't know for sure. But now this season, all of a sudden, we don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it or be about it because the kids are going to see this later. Really? Again, because Mia, proximity to the in-group, I guess it protects her offspring or something. I guess that makes kids off limit for real. Because when Monique's kids were up for grabs, they were up for grabs. When Wendy's mom is up for grabs, it's up for grabs. When Gizelle's dad is up for grabs, it's off limits. When Juan, Robin's husband, Don Juan Community Peen Dixon, is up for grabs, is off limits, because Robin, with her European features, is Ashley's 5-head full of lies, the truth that one time would say. The most European looking one on the set makes it so if she doesn't want to talk about something, she doesn't have to talk about it. He doesn't have to be here. Not my bullshit answer is bullshit answer enough, and you're going to have to tune into my next paywall episode, Andy, along with everybody else, because we're not telling you shit. So you see how that happens? Ashley's 5-head and her baby hands husband, who goes around groping men's asses since season 1, doesn't care there's a camera involved. And then when producers finally sue his ass, the producer ends up fired and the wife is still on the show and the husband gets to get off the show so he don't have to talk about the shit. But then he gets to sue the brown cast member that you didn't let the other brown cast member sue because you didn't want him to get sued. But then the other light-skinned one got to go write a letter about some bullshit she didn't even see. Just like this time, they're asking Gizzelle about some bullshit she didn't even see. Gizzelle, who do you think's to blame? Why the fuck are you asking Gizzelle? She was on a plane to go see her daddy. Well, Ashley, what did you think about it? Why are you asking Ashley's 5 head full of lies? She wasn't even in the room when Monique was chasing that lady around the room. I still don't know why freaking Candace hasn't come out with a whatever that was that held that hair on that time when Monique had her about the head. Whatever glue that was or whatever hair lock system that was, she needs to market that still to this day because that didn't move. Okay. But yeah, the rose-colored glasses are off, you guys. They're off. A lot of my friends on these YouTube streets are like, so off Karen. She looked great, triple 20. But look, drunk driving, not a good look, darling. Second time since you've been on the show that you've had a DUI. Even Trump would fire you for being a drunk driver. Remember that time he fired Chloe on The Apprentice because he found out she was a drunk driver? He was like, I can't do it. You're fired. Remember? Yep. And Karen, yeah, she needs a break too. This is the perfect group to have the conversation. Well, then have that shit then. Have it. Why haven't you? If it's the perfect group to have the conversation, why hasn't it been had, Karen? Do you guys kind of feel sometimes when Karen's mole is moving like she's just saying words, but they don't even, like, why? Why did you just say all those words, mole? I'm not sure. You didn't add anything to the conversation. Like you just felt it was time to interject. We're the perfect people to have that conversation. But Wendy checked you real fast. I blame Candace and I blame Wendy and I blame Kiara. How about you blame Ashley and her 5 head full of lies and her friend Eyebrows, who based off of her aesthetic came to fight. The only thing Eyebrows was missing in her unitard with her hair pulled back and no earrings was Vaseline on her face. That was the only thing she was pretty much missing. Because, girls work out in heels now. So even the heels was still a fightable moment, because we work out in heels these days. So there's a lot to be said about the heels part. But just the unitard, everybody else had on a cocktail dress. Everybody else had on a cocktail dress. She came in a unitard with her hair already pulled back in that big old ponytail. Remember? Ashley asked, are we done rolling? And then in the replay pictures, here, we're going to go back and look. I just want to know why wasn't she blamed? Who sent that to me? Brilliance. In my opinion, sent it to me. Was it in my opinion? Let's see. Oh, so first off, this girl, we need to find her. Like, who is this who pulled Kiara down by her hair? See how they all have on dresses? The only one who came in her unitard was this one. Earrings. I don't see earrings on Deborah. That's a sign that you want to fight. It could be. But this girl right here, she could have tried to stop the fight. She was close enough. What she did instead is she waits until freaking Kiara, is this it? She waits till she gets to Kiara's back and then yanks her down by her hair. I think I have to make this big for a second, you guys. Just a second. Did you guys sign the petition? Can I get a 1 in the chat if you're going to sign the petition? Or can I get a 5 in the chat if you think that's too far? Huh? In my opinion, I thought you sent that to me was it in our private chat? What's this one? Oh, here it is. See how she yanks her down? Oh, I didn't share the right thing, huh? See how she yanks her down? Watch, she could have stopped the fight, but instead she yanks her down. Watch, she snatches her and yanks her down. You see that? And see, look, Ashley, remember Ashley? Remember when it happened on camera? When the cameras came back up, Ashley is seen talking to her assistant saying, how did that happen? What happened? How did that happen? Remember? Remember she was doing that? Like she had no idea what was happening? But this is really where Ashley was when it happened. Candace is minding her own business. Take a good look at this, you guys. Candace is minding her own business. She's already told the girl, I don't want to talk to you. Somebody get this vermin out of here. Who's with her? Who's this? This is Ashley, you guys. And it looks like old girl here is taking off her earrings. I'm not sure what she's doing, but she could be taking off her earrings. We don't know for sure. This is Ashley. This is the ganker. This is Eyebrows. This is NECA. This is Kay. This is Wendy in the polka dots. This is Candace in the purple. And this is a waitress just trying to make a tip, okay? So those are the players. We can see Eyebrows' arm right here already. It's clearly in the personal space of Kay and Wendy. We can see the liquid coming out. You can see this. Can you guys see that? Can you see it? You see, it even looks like Wendy's polka dots are wet right here. I don't know what that is. See? You can see liquid. It appears to be wet. You see Kiara's hand like, what the fuck? No, this is Wendy's hand actually. Wendy's hand is like, what? Kiara's hand is like, who? NECA even has her arm reached out because she's seeing everything, you guys. So this is Candace's fault. Gizelle's neck said that this is Candace's fault, Wendy's fault, and Kiara's fault. When her, look, this sign right here says Ashley, Gizzelle in Ashley, G-N-A. This is Ashley. So her business partner escorted, who she invited, Eyebrows. She escorted her over there for this, you guys. And then when the cameras came back up, she says, what happened? How did that happen? And then her assistant comes up and says, Bianca said she doesn't know what happened. They just started fighting her after she called her names like vermin or something. Remember? But all of that was fake, you guys. Because this is what happened. So tell me how this is any of these three's fault. And if so, then why isn't NECA in it too? Because if you're just making it everybody over there's fault, then why isn't it NECA's fault too? Let's let it play. Tell me what you see. Tell me what you see. Okay. So she throws the drink. And I don't know if you noticed, but Ashley, who was there for the entire exchange, who walked her friend over to the VIP section, because that was a whole different section. If you guys remember the finale, Eyebrows didn't get to sit over where Candace and them was. Remember? Their area was kind of, it had that rope thing that the girls are about to fall over. So she got escorted over there by Ashley. She gets escorted over there by Ashley, who's still standing here, whose friend has already thrown a drink on Wendy, on Candace, the two people that Gizzelle blamed. When her friend's name is up here on the sign, escorted trouble over there, right? At no time do we see Ashley and her 5 head full of lies turn. She doesn't even turn in the direction of Eyebrows, who's already coming to her friend who works with her co-workers, personal space, after last season, not only threatening them, but also walking up on her last season. Liability much, Ashley? Or is Candace the only liability? Look at Ashley. The people are wet because freaking Eyebrows has already assaulted them with liquids. Been assaulted with liquids. Still hasn't turned towards her friend who she knows is there because she escorted her Eyebrows over there. Nothing to stop her friend and her rageful Eyebrows. No smoke. This further lets me know that Ashley's in on the shits. It was obviously planned because you're not even worried about what's happening. She, in this moment, is looking for a way to make this Candace's fault, and she's about to get it. You guys, watch this. See, look now. This is who she needs to stop. Her friend just came over, talked shit, was asked to leave, instigated the situation further. Candace was not bothered, gave her back to look at. And it infuriated the Eyebrows so mad. Infuriated Eyebrows so bad that Candace remained unbothered because she has Jesus in here. And she was able to remain unbothered, and she was turned her back. She's like, fuck this bitch. I'm not skipping a beat. Infuriated her. She gets assaulted with the drink. And now Ashley, who's been here the whole time, who came up in the first time the cameras got back on and said, how did that happen? How did that happen? Remember she said that? She knows exactly how it happened, you guys. And the only person she's trying to stop from doing anything is Candace, you guys. Clock that T, you guys. And then when her monsterish neck of a partner who probably didn't have every hue based off of her coloring treatment, okay, I'm pretty sure she didn't have every hue. Her partner has the nerve to sit here and say these 3 women, blue dress, white polka dot dress, and purple dress, are who's to blame for what happened at Black Dress's event when Black Dress walked her over there. You guys, that's why I'm semi-thinking we should do a blackout tonight so that freaking Gizzelle doesn't have anybody to tell her lies to and spew this obvious lunacy onto, for her to parse blame out to these 3 victims of this one's maniacalness. This is the only culprit. Ashley's 5 head and her blown out head of lies. all BS, you guys. And so that means Jax was partly right the other day when he had to do his other fake apology for saying that Bravo's scripted. All their shows are scripted. When Jax was sitting in his bar on a bender talking about, it's all scripted, it's all scripted. Because why did Ashley get to say on camera, what happened? What happened? And begin to spin the narrative that Candace was immediately to blame. That's the first thing that they did, was get this bitch's forehead on there to immediately make Candace the blame of having a drink thrown on her back and then reacting. You guys, why are Candace's reaction, who, by the way, Gizzelle did point out in Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip, that Candace was more of a reactor, not an instigator. So she even knows that this right here was most likely a reaction, because she said that on the other show. So that even lends itself further to everything that Gizzelle is doing is plotted. How is this a good person in real life if on TV you're willing to, in this situation, make this beautiful victim? Yes, she was a victim, you guys. We can get into the etymology if you need to, but Candace was definitely a fucking victim of a lot of stuff this entire season. And forgive me if you're not used to seeing black women with emotions, but guess what? We cry too. Guess what? Clear ladies aren't the only ladies that can cry on demand and for pretty much the wind blowing. There are black women just like that. We have a breadth of emotion. Some days there's some shit that has you brimming and you might shed a tear. Somebody talks crazy to you, you don't feel like yelling, you holding it in, you might shed a tear. What's wrong with that? Why is everybody so mad at Candace in her emotional breath? Why? Because you're not used to it. You're used to getting regulated to one emotion, which is freaking anger. Playing into angry stereotypes and shit. I appreciate Candace for allowing the world to see that black women can cry out of nowhere too. And it's a real emotion. And instead of having that light-skinned hoe sit on the other side of the couch and be like, oh, she's so fake, she's so fake. When real tears really did come out of Candace's eyes. But say nothing when Robin practically sharded trying to force tears out when it was so hard for her to talk about colorism. It's so hard. It's so hard. But you talked about it all first season with your entire chest and ball hairs, Robin. Because you and your ass helmet, Gizzelle, were getting at Katie, the brown victim, that season because you couldn't fuck with Charisse yet because she was also who was in charge of the show, kind of in a way. Let rumors tell it. Is the allegedly thing up? Yeah. But we could just do a blackout tonight. Because how they're getting ready to blame this victim on a global platform to further perpetuate the scapegoatism and dehumanization of brown-skinned women en masse. That's what I'm saying. We do not have to participate in the mass stereotyping and complicitness in this type of behavior by giving these bitches views. We don't have to. She's gonna sit her neck up there tonight and blame Candace for having her back turned and having a drink thrown on her. And nobody on that stage is gonna help her. This is after they allow her husband to get his reputation raked again by Rob, the community peen jizz swallower, and Gizelle's neck. When they have not even shared a real shit in at least 3 years, you guys. I don't really care about Gizelle's kids going to college. I don't really care. I'm sorry. Because I feel like Gizzelle pulls out her daughters every time production probably comes around and they're like, look, you've been talking about everybody else too much. What did you say your storyline was again? Oh, the girls are doing something. Let's get that on some film. And the rest of the time, they allow her to skate by, wreaking havoc in real people's lives on a reality show where she gets to be fake. She gets to be fake while causing real damage. You guys. And don't forget, our community PSA is never swallow jizz from community peen. Don't be Robin. Don't be Robin. Robin told us in season 1, reunion 1, she was making excuses for Juan being a cheater because he's a professional athlete and it's to be expected. She's been swallowing jizz from community peen. If it's not yours, it's community. For all this time. That's disgusting. Don't do it, you guys. It's very unhealthy. Oh my gosh, it's super tingy. Chanel's reality. I believe Candace. How do I get it up there? How do I make it go up there? I believe Candace quit because this job is no longer safe for her. Yeah, no, it's beyond violent work environment. Yep. It's unacceptable. Imagine Deborah attacked Jiz and Karen. Oh, it would have been all over. And even Karen at the end of the episode, when she's getting in the freaking ambulance with Kiara, she's talking about what a liability Ashley is. But she doesn't, I don't know if she's going to say it tonight or not. She definitely doesn't say anything or insert Karen's mole here when Gizzelle is trying to cast blame on Candace and Wendy. She doesn't say anything at that moment that we saw. So I'm not sure if her mole is going to tell what she told at the final episode, where she was like, this isn't a good look. This is the second time that Ashley brought this bitch around us, and this is liability. She used the word liability, remember? Let's get back to this clip real quick, you guys. Thanks for coming to LRGA Curves. Make sure you're smashing the buttons, ringing the bell so you can get notified. You know, we're on our way to 2K. Maybe I made it today. I think I was only like 10 away. And oh my God, 100 eyeballs. Is this real? Are there really 100 people in here? Are you guys really real? Hello? Are you guys really real? Bianca, are there really 100 people in here? My thing says there are 100 people in here. Oh my God. This is the first time I ever had 100 people, you guys. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Thank you. Oh my God, it says it. Oh my God. Ah! God is great. God is good. Thank you. Oh my God. Oh my God. Woo! I got a viral live. Yes, yes. It's really 100 people. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I hope you guys are all becoming part of this beautiful curvy community that we're growing over here in the YouTube streets. We talk about a lot of different things. I got a lot of things going on. And part of the reason it's LRGA is so I don't have to be like just one thing, right? So yeah, because there's enough to go around. That's part of my tagline. Yeah, LRGA, because there's enough to go around. Okay, so here. We're going to play this again. So the only person that Ashley ever tries to stop is Candace. Now, Kiara is not to blame. I've heard people in the YouTube streets say, oh, Kiara is jumping in stuff that's not her business. And Kiara is blah. Bitch, did you not see the beginning of the video when the elbow of eyebrows was clearly within The personal space is 3 feet. From the demic, we got used to 6 feet. Okay? But in real life, everybody, you can Google it. What's personal space? I'm pretty sure it'll still be 3 feet. Okay? And she's within 3 feet of Kiara and Wendy because we saw her hand on the inside of Wendy's hand. So that means you're really close to me. If Wendy's hand was bent and your hand is within there, that means you're like by my shoulder. Look how close your shoulder is to your head, you guys. Put your hand on your shoulder. If somebody who was being aggressive energy, now everybody has felt crazy aggressive energy, I'm sure. And if you haven't, God bless you. But I, for a fact, have been somewhere and seen somebody and been like, ooh, that's crazy energy. Let me hurry up and get out of here or stay away from that person. And sure enough, they'll start talking about boogers can talk and shit, right? Or start like, cussing out wind or whatever, right? Yeah, there used to be this lady that I used to work in Berkeley, and every time I passed this lady, she would get so upset with me. And to the point where I would cross the street. It was one of those crazy bag ladies, It was her corner. It was her corner. She let me know that's her corner. I would cross the fucking street, you guys, because she was crazy and aggressive. As it turned out, she did have a knife that one time. And so I was smart for crossing the fucking street. You know what I'm saying? Because you can feel the energy, right? So Kiara had just suffered as a victim of having her personal space violated with malintended energy from Deborah's eyebrows, that this is a natural reaction. Did you want me to get that out of your ponytail, bitch? That's a natural reaction. This is, bitch, did you want me to get that out your ponytail? You were just like right by my ear and shit. But she wasn't supposed to do nothing. She was supposed to stand there. Wendy was supposed to stand there. And Candace, whose back was turned to her, was all just supposed to stand there while Ashley escorted these hoes over to her to assault her co-workers, you guys. So this is when she realizes she has the drink on her. This is Deborah after she threw the drink. NECA is like, oh my God, Wendy. Look at Wendy's face, you guys. Wendy's like, Wendy did get wet because look at how she's looking. Look at Candace. She's like, that bitch did what? Not again, God. I'm just at work on a reality show trying to use it to be a springboard to my singing career, God, minding my own business for real at work. Look at the shock on her face. Her and Wendy both. Look, but these two started the shit, according to Green Eyes Monster's neck. Did you guys see the petition? No means no. The link is in the description. You guys can go through and sign. Let's see if it got any more signatures. Ooh, up to 733, you guys. Almost to 1,000. I'm not sure what's even going to happen at 1,000. I don't even know. It doesn't say that she tagged Bravo in this. Remember the other one had Bravo tagged on it? So I don't even know if they're going to see this or if afterwards they send it to Bravo and say that they have this. Remember the other petition that we saw had Bravo tagged in it. So, and this petition was created 2 days ago by Danique Thompson out of Florida, Miami, Florida. And now it says 619 people signed today, but since we've been in here, it's been stuck on 619, but this number has gone up. When this first came across my desk this morning, it was on 300. I've been sharing it, and then so have other people, and now we're up to 733. The petition is specifically because of the false accusations when Gizelle's neck lied and accused Chris of touching eyebrows, butt that's sexual assault, you guys. She was sitting on that stage gaslighting Candace and the world, saying that she never did that. That's a lie. I never did that. That's a lie. But you said that he grabbed a butt. If we look up SA, it's unwarranted, unconsensual, touching, groping, penetration, all this stuff, you guys. It's a blanket. It's a blanket. And you're going to make a blanket implication along with a specific statement. There's ideas that are going to be drawn from that she is smart enough to know, because she went to college, right? She be talking about she went to college. So she knows exactly what she's doing. And so she also said Chris made her go into a room that she recanted. She has irresponsible behavior to Chris and Candace. She's gone after other marriages on the show. It's the same storyline every season. She said she's against violence when Monique did it, but when Mia did it, she still remains friendly with Mia, and it was Wendy's fault, remember? And now tonight again, she's about to say that it's Wendy's fault, but Wendy had nothing to do with the fight with. Oh, this is from this. So the person did this after the clip was dropped about how she's gonna blame Candace. So this petition was created after that, because it says there seems to be colorist behavior going on. Wendy dark skin had nothing to do with the fight that Deborah light skin caused, but Wendy was thrown into it by Gizzelle in a clip of the reunion where Gizzelle said the fight was caused by Candace, Wendy, and Kieran. And we just are showing you guys that this is complete and utter BS. And it was triggering not only to hear it to us, but we know that also a tweet was put out by Candace that she was like, you guys can have this. Like, this is crazy. Can you imagine being this gaslit at work, you guys? I mean, I've heard of corporate BS, but this is ridiculous. This is on a whole other level of fucking crazy. Okay. And then for the entire stage to get up there and turn to these ladies and say, oh, well, you said a word, and so you deserve, and you're the cause of all of this shit. Negating the words that Gizzelle just said for over a year, that a man made and forced, and that he was grabbing butts and making passes, and she gets to say wrong word, move on. But Candace saying to somebody who was obviously coming over to assault and accost her, calling her vermin, because you're looking for a moment, like fucking roach looking for a crumb, like fucking rodent in a kitchen cabinet, burrowing its way into my flour. You fucking vermin. Get the fuck away from me. Coming over here with that negative energy. I don't want that shit. Will somebody get this vermin away from me before I become diseased? Because when you're full of Jesus, or whatever faith it is you have, you know the devil when you see it. And it says, don't even break bread with those bitches. Okay? So excuse me while I call you the devil that you are, vermin. That's a plague. It's a devil. It's something nasty. You don't want no parts of it. Rodentia. How about that? And when I turn my back to try to get you off me, you're gonna throw shit at me? And then you're gonna be up here blaming me? But Kiara's to blame. It wasn't her business. Didn't I just show you, knuckleheads? This is Deborah's arm. This is Kiara's arm. But Kiara wasn't putting herself in something that had nothing to do with her. Or is this Deborah invading Kiara's personal space, invading Wendy's personal space, and accosting Candace with a drink in front of her friend? Her friend does not try to hold her arm, does never try to stop her, doesn't try to warn her castmate or nothing. But they're all to blame. Okay, let's keep it. Let's keep that same energy when the truth is revealed. Let's keep that same energy when the truth is revealed. Look, oh my gosh. gosh. So to me, what it looks like, I can make something anything though. But to me, what it looks like is that Deborah's arm is literally on the shoulders of Wendy and Kiara. NECA's trying to move. She's like, what? It looks like NECA was the first one to be like, what the fuck? And put her arm out. And I keep saying it looks like this one's taking off her earrings right here. Ashley's here. When the camera restarts, Ashley says, oh my God, what happened? What happened? How did this happen? What happened? And her assistant walks over and blames Candace, remember? Remember? Remember, Deborah says, and Ashley said that she, the eyebrows, walked over to confront her coworker because she overheard her calling her names. Come to find out from Candace that it was when the bitch got in her face and she's like, nope, I don't have nothing to say to you. I don't have nothing to say to you. Will somebody get this vermin away from me? Because this is rat shit right here. This is rat behavior. This whole right here, these are rats, rodents, vermin. Let's real quick. Hey, I'm with it. I'm with the shits today. Vermin. Let's get into the etymology. Did she at least use the right word, people? Wild animals that are believed to be harmful. You guys, give it to the wordsmith Candace once a fucking again. I'm supposed to be reducing my swearage. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to put a quarter in the swear jar. Vermin.
Vermin. Vermin.
Vermin. Vermin.
Vermin.
So we're saying it right. So that means she said it right. Okay? They're just mad. They don't understand what words mean. You can't just call people vermin. And then Mia's trifling, physically assaulting, threatening, condoning violence, going on smear campaigns against Candace also had the nerve to turn to Candace and tell her she couldn't call this woman vermin. You can't do that. You just can't do that. But vermin is wild animals that are believed to be harmful to crops, farm animals, or game, or that carry disease. I'd say that negativity is a form of a disease because everybody knows you can pop out a good cancer tumor with some anger and some negativity. That's a disease that is carried. And negativity, wanting to come over here and start some shit, it's a whole nother season. We don't care about you eyebrows. We don't care. Candace does not care about you eyebrows. You tried really hard to make a moment off of Happy Eddie, who is not going to be thanking you for his new $2 million every 6-month endeavor in his freaking startup. Happy Eddie marijuana strains has something for everyone who's continuing in their Black excellence. Whether you want that indica, sativa, or a nice hybrid, he got you, and you'll still be able to show up to court. Okay? Happy Eddie. You tried it. You failed. You tried to say that Chris couldn't keep his eyes off your eyebrows. You're harmful, bitch. Wild animals believed to be harmful. She's harmful. And for a good reason. Parasitic worms, insects, people perceived as despicable and as causing problems for the rest of society. Give it to Candace, the wordsmith, for knowing exactly the word vermin as a description for this right here. She's reaching across the ladies. She came in their personal space, but people want to say that Kiara's to blame. It wasn't her business. Excuse me, if I can see the ash on your elbow, does it look like she can see the ash on her elbow, people? If I can see the ash on your elbow, you just made it my business. How about that? If I can see the ash on your elbow, you just made this shit my business. How about that? I'm pretty sure Kiara's able to see ash from this elbow. Does Ashley, speaking of ash, does it look like her 5 head full of lies is trying to stop her friend at all? She has a clear view of what's going on. Does it look like she's trying to stop anything? No, she escorted eyebrows over there. The forehead escorted the eyebrows over to her. Then she called her vermin. And because it was an accurate description of people perceived as despicable, causing problems for the rest of society, dates back to vermis. That's spot on for the eyebrows. They called Sandoval a worm with mustache. I am gonna rebrand that this is a worm with eyebrows. Okay? So there's a worm with the mustache in Bravosphere, and now there's a worm with eyebrows in Bravosphere. Give it up to Candace the wordsmith. Because then she called her vermin and turned her back and kept on turning up. Then got assaulted it's actually a triple assault because Kiara's space is clearly invaded, Wendy's space is clearly invaded, and Candace's space is clearly invaded. Okay? Let's let the whole thing play. You guys can hear, did you guys hear Ashley scream at Kiara to get the fuck off of Deborah when she walked Deborah over there to try to fight Candace in the first place? Listen, listen. Oh my gosh. Okay. At one point, did you guys see? So she pushed her off. Kiara pushes her off. And then it looks like before Kiara hits, did I miss that the first time? She hit her with that black thing. Did you guys see that? This black thing on the floor between Ashley's feet had just hit Kiara in the eye, I do believe. Let's watch this again. Deborah had threw that at her. See, look, oh my God, there it is. Look. You see this black thing? Deborah had hit this on Kiara, you guys, before Kiara even hits her. All she did was push her hand away from her from having been in my personal space. And then Eyebrows backs up and hits Kiara with this before the rest of the mayhem ensues. Look, you guys, I didn't even notice that. And then it clanked on the ground right there. And then she went off. She's like, you hit my motherfucking face with a bottle, bitch? You see that? She hit her with that bottle. She hit her with the fucking bottle. And you guys are saying Kiara put her shit in business that wasn't hers? We've established. Let's look back at here, you guys. Are you guys with me? Personal space. Definition. Come on, you guys. Get with the fucking program. The physical space immediately surrounding someone into which any encroachment feels threatening or uncomfortable to them. You want to see some fucking images for it? There's personal space, you guys. Proxemics. There's a whole freaking study on it. Intimate space is within 1.5 feet or 0.45 meters. Personal space. They made it up to 4 feet now. I told you guys it was 3 feet, right? So homegirl Eyebrows was in the intimate space. So that's even closer than personal space of Kiara, Wendy, and Ashley, who escorted her over there. Intimate space. So this white is the person. The red of the bullseye is what's known as intimate space. Personal space is to the perimeter of the orange, which ends at 4 feet. This appears to be intimate space, you guys. This appears to be intimate space, which based off of the definition of personal space is the physical space immediately surrounding someone into which any encroachment feels threatening to or uncomfortable to them. He was invading her personal space. Eyebrows was invading 3 people's personal space with that long ashy elbow. Okay? So, encroachment, let's do it. Intrusion into someone's personal into a person's territory, rights, etc., minor encroachments into our individual liberties. Gradually advance beyond usual acceptable limits. That's what this is. So you're telling me that if someone was in your intimate space with this energy, that you are supposed to, and because you would, Kiara, Wendy, and Candace are also inserting themselves in stuff that doesn't concern them, or the reason that this happened. So when my back is turned, because I called you vermin, and we already checked out, vermin is exactly the right word for eyebrows. and her little 5-headed friend. Okay? So the wordsmith uses the right words in the right areas of the sentence in communications. Okay? So after this, encroachment into the personal space with this bottle, that's not even, is that even a glass? I don't know. Is that a glass or a bottle? When it clanks, you guys are going to hear it. When it clanks, it sounds like a glass bottle. So after she does this, you come by two people with your ashy elbows. They can see the ash on your elbow. You get them wet. And then finally, Kiara's like, oh my God, you were so close to me. Back the fuck up. She still has this in her hand. She's already invaded the personal space. The invasion of personal space entitles Kiara to a back the fuck up off me, which this push, it clearly indicates back the fuck up off me. Also based off of NECA's facial expression, it's a back the fuck off me type of situation after your personal space has been encroached on in a threatening manner by eyebrows who walked up on you while you were peacefully enjoying whatever music Bravo already had access to. Okay? Okay? So she's pushing her still. It's a back the F up off me situation. Look at Ashley and her 5 head full of lies. No time did she try to stop her friend. No time did anybody from Ashley's group try to stop eyebrows from engaging in combat against now these 3 women. And it was actually the personal space of NECA too, because she's within 4 feet of all this commotion. Look at the rage. Look at the anger. Look at the lunacy. Look at that. A plan well thought out and carried out. Oh, the eyebrows feels very vindicated. Very. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Everybody over here is in shock. Amazement. They're like, what the fuck? Oh my God. Ah. Oh. Yeah, take that. Yeah, take that. Okay, let's keep going. We can do frame by frame. I can't believe you did that. And then she's pointing. Kay is pointing. Kay is pointing. Eyebrows isn't done yet with her assault. Not done at all. We're about to see the reason Kay needed stitches. It's going to clink next to Ashley's feet right here. I'm going to make it small so you guys can see right there. I'm going to let it play. You'll see a black thing hurl from Deborah's hand into Kay's eye. That's when Kay goes ham. The thing is going to clink against the ground. Ashley's never at one time going to try to stop Deborah. Then yellow is going to, first chance she can get, yank freaking Kay onto the ground. Ashley is standing there yelling, get off her, get off her. we need to do a couple of things, you guys. First off, where was security? Because this fool, he must have just been in training to touch on women's body parts or something. I don't know. Because he didn't do nothing. And if he couldn't just break them up, I don't know what could. Because look. And then he and Eyebrows end up falling on little ass K after the yank from Yellow. At no time is Ashley trying to really help. She's just standing there yelling, kind of like the same way she was like, how did that happen? How did that happen? How did Yellow get away with yanking all those people down and we don't even know this bitch's name? Her whole entire Instagram could have been lit up all summer because that's ridiculous. Ashley gets no blame. The Eyebrows gets no blame. Yellow Thing gets no blame. How is that happening? And the first time when the cameras come back up, part of the colorist narrative and blaming the nearest black person to blame them is Ashley's fivehead talking about, how did this happen? How did this happen? And her assistant blaming Candace for using words, you guys. You guys. And that's why we have this petition to terminate Gizzelle, because everybody's been so triggered over the freaking where'd it go? Everybody is so freaking triggered over the clip. Where did the clip go? Here it is. Over this clip. Oh, I have to go up here to get it. Sorry, you guys. Here we go.
Y'all want me to be friends with
Her when she called her vermin, Karen. Why was Karen's mole asking her questions right then? Why was Karen's mole asking her the fuck? Why did you call her vermin? Why wasn't she asking Ashley, who she said in the finale was a liability for bringing this bitch around for the second time? Why was she asking her a question about why she brought vermin around? Why was she asking Candace when she said the word vermin? Because she's in a hostile work environment. Her employers, her co-workers, they're all creating this toxic work environment for her. That's why. This petition, see if it went up yet. Ooh, 755. When it came across my desk, it had 300 signatures, you guys. This morning, up to 755 out of 1,000. Yep. Let's read some of the reasons for signing. Remove the GBs, that's green-eyed bandits. I sign and share this. I can't stand another season of the women being allowed by execs, Bravo and Andy, to let the colorist run the show like she is Donald Trump and being allowed to go after people who she deemed are his enemy. Bravo has long allowed the worst of the worst. It's trash. It's a trash network. Go back up here. Where are my comments? Are you guys? That's crazy. Here we go. It's disgusting the way she lies and tries to ruin other people's lives because she's miserable on her own. We already laughed at she's a bird. I don't like the fact that she's accused of dark women of fighting. She's been given free reign to bully castmates. Yeah, we could look at that word too. Let's hurry up and look that up. Because I do believe that she is being bullied because it's constant, relentless, constant. So bully.
Bully.
A person who habitually means you have an established pattern, Gizzelle. I would say that 9 seasons is a very well established pattern, but let's make sure it's the right word. By way of habit, customarily, habitually.
Habitually.
Yes. So I would say that based off of the description of bully, who is a person who habitually seeks to harm or intimidate those who they perceive as vulnerable, I would say it's intimidation to use lies against your husband to try to get you off a show. I would say that's a little intimidating. As a verb, seek to harm, intimidate, coerce someone's perceived as vulnerable. They always call Candace the young one, mama's girl. So a person who's younger than you is a person more vulnerable than you, right? Now, bully did used to mean excellent.
Bully.
So, but we're not talking about that for Gizzelle, obviously, because she is not excellent. Gizzelle is a colorist who spews hate every Sunday on our TVs to a predominantly Black audience and encourages bullying towards anyone she doesn't like. She's demonic. Yes, people know demons. That's definitely a demon. I would say that's definitely a demon because, most people, we're light beings in this, and so if you're choosing to be evil, then I would say that that's demonic behavior. It's pretty much, and needs to be canceled before she causes someone, to off themselves from her bullying. I hadn't really thought of it in that extreme of a way, but hey, you never know what people are dealing with. She's up here pretending like she got death threats when she's been the person literally gaslighting people so bad that they could see that, if they needed to do something like that, you never know how much a bully victim can take. Colorism should not be celebrated. That's what I'm saying. So how are you guys feeling about a blackout tonight? We can come back and review it next week. We do not have to give them a big bang out. We do not have to let the executives think for one more second that Black people are going to continue to tolerate this as viewers when we've been screaming we're triggered since the Monique fight happened, along with a lot of their other programming on Bravo, who obviously loves to employ criminals, cons, and racist-leaning people and then give them spinoffs and reward colorist behavior. Yeah, and reward physical abuse by giving them first seat like Mia. Or reward lies by giving them the first seat like Mia. Everything Mia told us so far for all the other seasons about her personal life ended up being lies according to this reunion. But she can have first seat. But Candace and Wendy have to sit over there because their marriages are authentic. They have real shit going on. And because they're constantly the victims of the bully machine, right? She brings nothing to RHOP. F Gizzelle, Robin, and Ashley. I agree. They can all go. The show is trash to watch. A hating, washed out wench break down this show with no storyline is terrible. I agree. Like, she literally has no storyline. Nobody, according to Black Twitter this week, they were all a flutter with their thumbs on Black Twitter this week when Gizzelle was getting raked across the coals from ex-church members who were talking about their experiences with her and how she didn't even bring a Bible to church and she would take the whole first pew and she never talked to anybody and she would use sex magic on her husband and all kind of stuff. And then, all the stories about her hot box. Oh my gosh. Every time that Sharice or Karen called her those words, talked about her hot box, said that she was well known for her box in the streets. Yeah, all of that. And all those people they're still her friend. And Candace can call her a demon and a colorist that she is. That, don't forget, Ashley also called her a colorist on the first season when she said that she was the most European looking one on the thing. And that's also the reunion where Gizzelle said she could pass for white if she wanted to. Remember, but she doesn't. I could pass if I wanted to, but I don't. Remember she said that shit? We played it last week. Listen to the thing. It's crazy, you guys. This is really hard to watch. Knowing it's a setup, knowing that what Jax Taylor said about it being scripted is true, because Ashley was there for every minute of this, and she got on that camera when the camera started rolling and said, I wasn't over there. What happened? Remember she lied and told us that? She said, I wasn't over there. What happened? Remember she lied and told us that? I'm gonna have to go back and find those clips because we played it over here. She said, I wasn't over there. What happened? I don't know what happened. Remember she said, as soon as the cameras, first we hear her voice ask, are the cameras down? Then we hear of commotion. Then the cameras come back up and Ashley's five head is the first thing we see lying to us, saying, oh my God, what happened? Oh my God, what happened? What happened? And then her assistant comes up and says, Deborah said that she was milking unicorns when Candace went on a word rampage and hurled insults at her for no reason. And then Kiara popped her in the face. And you guys, they allowed Ashley to get the camera back up and immediately try to paint a narrative to blame all the blackest girls in the room, except for Wilmeka didn't end up in it for some reason. I guess because she's a noob and they still need her to use against the other ones or whatever. Because that's what they do. They pick one off, keep one, pick that one off, keep the next one. I'm talking about brown girls. So there was 2 brown girls when the series started, season 1. We had Katie and Sharice, and everybody else was high yellow, remember? And they all came for Katie pretty much. Katie gets off the show. Then there's Sharice. And by season 2, we had Monique come. So then season 2 is when Katie leaves. So now we have Monique and Sharice. And then by season 3, Sharice is gone, Candace is here. And then by season 4 and 5, we have Candace and Monique, and then we have the fight. And then we only have Candace and Wendy. Oh yeah, because Wendy came by then. So it seems like they only seem to be able to rotate 2 at a time. That seems to be their max brown girl capacitator holding amount, is 2 brown girls at a time. And they always are rotating one out while attacking the other one, pretending to be the other one's friend. So they pretended to be Sharice's friend while attacking Katie. They finally get Katie off when Monique comes on. Then they pretend to be Monique's friend while they focus on getting Sharice off. Sharice gets off and Wendy comes on. And then they start focusing on Monique to get off. But in the meantime, Candace is already on. So now there's 3 of them to get off. So first it's that Wendy is condescending because she's so smart and has 4 degrees, and that Monique doesn't know the paternity of her daddy, of her baby. But Karen didn't care about that child eventually hearing that the paternity was in question, only about Mia's light-skinned ass's kids hearing whether or not the paternity of their father is a question or not. Interesting? Not really, when you're going along with this whole narrative about the colorist thing, right? So it's look around and blame the darkest person, okay? So Mia's not dark, so you can't blame her. Okay? But you can blame Candace, you can blame Wendy, you can blame Kiara. It's just part of the programming that they're doing with this show. Okay? So then we have Monique, Candace, and Wendy on. They all kind of come for Monique was their target because remember it goes in order, kind of. So they got Charisse off, so that means it would have been Monique's turn. And then Candace comes. They aren't able to get Monique off that time. And then they finally get Monique off, and then they immediately turn to Wendy. Wendy ends up reading the riot act, and to this day, Gizzelle doesn't want to film with Wendy for cussing her out, rightfully so, for spreading off-camera lies about her husband liking Instagram pictures, but we're not talking about Juan on camera, about stuff that happened off camera. But you're going to bring these lies about my husband on camera for our family to have to deal with. And when I cuss you out, rightfully so, now I'm the worst thing since sliced bread, but you learned it from your daddy, rest in peace, because he spent your first 2 years of your life cussing out Barbara Jordan's Aunt Jemima looking ass for winning the seat over him when he was running for public office. So she got it. She got all these colorist things against brown women specifically. She came by it honest. So then they get Wendy off. No, then they get Monique off. They hyper focus on Wendy. That doesn't work. Then they bring in, then they focus their attention back on Candace, trying to get her frazzle rocked via Chris allegations. And they were all in on it. They were all in on it because Ashley, Eyebrows, and Gizzelle were all talking in meetings about Chris on camera to further besmirch his reputation, because now it's a group of cackling lying hens implying that he does misappropriate stuff with his eyes and hands, because he can't keep his eyes off other women and he can't keep his hands off other women. And then he forces people with mind tricks to go into rooms that are empty. Okay? You see it? You see it? So now that Candace is off the show, another brown skinned girl, NECA, has come on the show. They did that thing where they pit NECA against the other brown skinned girls, kind of like how people say they got Monique and Candace to turn on each other. They get Monique and they get NECA and Wendy to not like each other the way they got Candace and Monique to not like each other. Yeah, you guys, it's a whole thing. But to hear them say this, Mel, you guys, Mel is in the house.
I was in the chat. I was saying congratulations for, facilitating this conversation. It's popping over here. It's really, really, jumping. And then I'm like, congratulations, Miss Curve. Go ahead.
I appreciate you. You know what? Because I was like, are there really 100 people in here earlier? And they were like, yeah. I was like, well, let's keep going then. So I appreciate you appreciating me, because you have been over here since my day one. You've been coming over. So I appreciate you. And Emmanuel, I appreciate you too. Thank
Curves,
you guys.
This is just an idea, but I think you should come on a live tonight after the reunion, and you would get 2K.
I'm not to 2K yet.
Almost.
I should almost be there, you guys. I had like 1,900 earlier. I think I netted like 10 people or something. If 10 people could smash the subscribe button, I think I might get there. I think I might.
I think it's unfortunate that it's fortunate because as a viewer, I'm getting tired of Potomac, but you definitely have tapped into something. I think everybody who's talking about it, it's just that the audience is really hungry to vent and to get some things off their chest, and I think that's why I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy that you're on, because I did see the trailer or
Uh-huh.
the preview, and you know, you just played the clip of Karen asking, of,
No, but you can't do
yeah,
that. Yes, I can. I mean, yes, I can. Call it you.
Yeah, that one.
no, well, you know what Karen said to Candace, she said, well, what did you say? I think for me, it's just so pathetic and so like stupid and just adolescent for these ladies to. At the end of the day, she was invited to to a no fashion garbage fashion show that she barely wanted to be at. She was minding her business, and somebody came in with the intention to attack. And you're going to question her about anything? She was a victim.
Right.
That is so crazy to me that you know, I don't think anybody on that cast are like these sort of innocent people. The favorite character for me is Candace, but even with that, even with her just standing and minding her business and her back turned and the woman being triggered, then she has to kind of take a grilling about somebody else's motivations
Yes.
and the intention. That makes no sense to me. I would say this too.
It's like asking Candace, why is eyebrows crazy?
Right, but can I say this?
How
I
does she
agree.
know?
I was going to say this too. You know, we see that what's her name, Gizzelle, and again, God bless her with her grief with her father and all that kind of stuff. But she called a woman a horse on this show. So it's not. It's funny to me that we never seen Sherman's ex pop up in these scenes, because I'm sure, because Sherman's ex looked like she was no joke. I'm sure if she get a chance to get into Gizelle's face, you know, she would have some things to say too, especially without the bodyguards being around her. So I think it's you know, Gizzelle is just a hot mess, a total hot mess. And yeah, I'm just happy that this season is closing out, because I don't see myself watching next year. I really don't.
Right. What do you think about a blackout?
You know what? To be honest with you, I actually don't have Bravo on my cable here in New York City, because
So you always catch it on the replay anyway?
I do. You know what's happened this year, actually, with your channel and some other channels, when they talk about, when they recap it, this whole season, actually, I will allow the recap to sort of dictate to me if I'm going to go and watch the whole episode. But I think that for me with this reunion, because it's been so triggering, I have to admit that I've gone right to Peacock in the middle of the day when I'm at lunch, and I will knock out the episode real quick, and that's how I've been watching it. But I never watch it live. I never really watch it. I don't watch Bravo live on my cable.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know. Like, I'm really kind of torn, because I know for a fact a blackout would work. I know it. I know if we didn't watch tonight or 357 on the replay, then it'll definitely affect their numbers. And maybe they'll be like, oh, the the natives are really restless. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, maybe they would have a conversation.
You know, I was going to say one last thing too, because I'm actually going to let the people come in. But you know, first off, I'm loving so much that you're doing so well over here. But also, you bringing up that pattern that I didn't really catch myself, and I love you broke it down. He was like, well, every season since the beginning, there's been these sort of beautiful chocolate sisters that they kind of attack, and then eventually one gets voted off, and then they focus on the one that's remaining, make her. It's this pattern going on.
It's a pattern. It's an established habitual pattern, Mel.
I think that, thank you for putting it that way. I knew there was a problem there. You see, for me, the thing that I'm kind of tired of, Curves, really, and I know you are too, is that we have been manipulated by the production and also by the network to sit around and almost act like this is a wrestling show. We sit around and say, well, who's our best characters? For me, at the end of the day, this is supposed to be a guilty pleasure, and there's no pleasure there. So when I watch the show, I want to know that I'm going to have a good time. I don't want it to be so dark. And if there's a character on this show that's constantly doing, as you said, doing the same thing season after season, to this 8 years later, I know nothing about Gizzelle Bryant. I don't know anything about her. All I know is that she's triggered by happiness. She's triggered by a beautiful chocolate sister. She's triggered by those things. But
well, we went over it. Let me tell you real quick why, Mel, because her dad, rest in peace.
Yes, I heard. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that whole thing about how he spent the first 2 years of Gizzelle was born in 1970. He spent 1970 and 1972 talking about that Aunt Jemima looking woman took my job and da 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 da. She grew up with that in her ear, you guys.
And she denies it at the reunion all the time. Like she pretends that she don't know what colorism is. So the funny thing to me is Curves, right? So if somebody really wanted to be shady on that show, you know what would be lowbrow? And again, it's not my nature, it's not my thing. But if I was on that show under attack by this woman, I'd be like, okay, girl, we playing this game. Oh, let me go down to your sorority, honey. Let me go to your sorority and find these sisters that don't want nothing to do with you anymore. And let me ask them to come up on the show, to come up in these scenes and let you run out the way that y'all be trying to chase Karen out all the time. Because I bet you these sisters know exactly how politically incorrect those hazing moments were been. Now, when she was on the Breakfast Club, she was celebrating and having a good time about the memories of, totally torturing and hazing process these people. Now, I bet you that Curves, there's some ladies out there who like, I don't mess with Gizzelle because this, that, who was sorority sisters. So, if they were really playing that game, that's what they probably would do in that show. But at the end of the day, none of the ladies are perfect. But I think that for me, the show is sick because of Gizzelle Bryant. And for me, the reason I was so upset when I heard about the changes this year before the reunion was not because Candace was leaving, was because this show was going to be the same next year. So for me, the show has been a problem for a couple of years, and the problem is nothing is being done about the problem. I have said before, I think on this show that I even think that the way the show is ran, there's an issue there too. Now, I don't want to go into being too messy, but there's a guy named Patrick McDonald, and he's on her Instagram. He's one of the producers. I know of Patrick McDonald. I know him personally, but he was a hot mess. And then he was on, what's his name? He was on Fire Island, which was a show ran by Kelly Ripa. And Kelly Ripa is a very close friend of Andy Cohen. So it's not, it doesn't stretch my imagination to see how Andy's hiring people. Now, Patrick was very messy in New York City. And he was also messy on his show. So the fact that here's this guy who I don't feel has enough talent to run this kind of show, is one of those reasons why there's so many plot holes and so many different things. The production is not really doing a good job. I know of Patrick, and he was very messy. So I'm not surprised that the show is going down. So for me personally, I feel like the show needs to go on pause. I think that the hiring practices need to be, re-examined. I think we need really talented producers behind the scenes. I think Andy needs to get his hands off of this show because he's ruining it. I think that Gizzelle needs to be a reprimand. I think she needs to be handled differently. Those are the things I think need to happen. I don't care if the other ladies go or stay, but if Gizelle's there and the production is the same, it's not going to be watchable, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, Mel, and I appreciate you so much for coming up. I love you. I know that I haven't seen you in a while, but I hope that you're always going for it because there's enough to go around, my friend.
Thank you.
Yes, and that POV was spot freaking on. If the good people, and like, why do the good people have to leave?
Yeah, I don't know. And the thing is, too, Curves, so sometimes on different panels and channels, the people, they get a little like, let's battle. Who's the best woman? They are all, can I say this? And this too, Curves. They are all, even the Gizzelle, I'll give it to her. They're all beautiful Black women. They have accomplished things in America that I'm very proud of. I truly am. Right. But that being said, I think that Gizzelle is a woman full of trauma. And if they don't check that, it's going to be a very hurtful season yet again. And I think that for me, that's the only thing I want. I love Candace as a character, but I'm not invested enough in her as a character for her to stay on the show for 100 years. Like, go do what you want to do. I will support her, and I still go to her concerts. But for me, the show is a problem because of Gizzelle. Gizzelle is the problem for me. And if that is not fixed, we can debate till the cows come home who did what to who. It makes no difference. The show is still going to be horrible.
Right. Exactly. To me, it's like if Gizzelle left, I still don't feel like Ashley or Robin should stay.
But I think that Gizzelle left, it wouldn't feel as heavy. How many times have we come here and she's either been the root of the problem or we've been triggered by her actions or some of her behind the scenes. This woman,
I agree.
She's the ringleader. She's the ringleader. Let's go to Emmanuel. And first off, thanks you guys all for coming up. We have Emmanuel up here. Let me remove this comment so we can get your guys' names. So we have Mel. We have Emmanuel. He's also known as Manny's TV Talk. Can somebody drop his link? We have AAE, my voice twin. We have Couture Bay in the house. She has a link to drop too. And we have Chanel's Reality. She has a link too, you guys. So we're going to drop all those links, hopefully. And let's go in order. Emmanuel, what do you have to say?
I have always said that Gizzelle is the Lisa Rinna of Real Housewives of Potomac. She's very messy. Doesn't like talk about herself. Let's talk about everyone else. And I'm gonna be totally honest with you guys. After seeing this massive backlash and outrage since I think it started since yesterday, these petitions and hashtags, I have a feeling that they might put Gizzelle on a pause after this, because you guys have boycotted and stuff after Monique, but I don't think it's ever been quite like this. The public's reaction towards Gizzelle is a lot, so don't be surprised if she is put on a pause. And
that's hashtag no Diddy right now.
Yeah. And I think that if Gizzelle leaves, the show will be a little bit more entertaining. It won't be too toxic. Candace. I love Candace. I really do. And I love her so much that I don't want her to get into any fights. And that's why I need her to chill out. Because that's the one thing I'm going to have to disagree with you, Curves, on today. I don't think it's okay for you to call other women animals. It's not okay when she called Monique a zoo animal. She called her a hood rat. It's not okay to call Deborah a vermin because you might get popped.
Okay. I'm not even going to argue with you today, Emmanuel, because you're not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change your mind. But I feel like the same way, like she just said, let's listen to it from Candace. Time and a place, just like it says in the Bible. There's a time and a place for everything, a season, a reason, a lifetime. Mm-hmm. And if this woman is going to make it her business to publicly, privately besmirch me, stalk me in public events, I told you I'm not interested, you're still going to sit up here and follow me and throw things on me? But I'm supposed to have more self-composure than your wild animal ass?
Yeah, but that's the point, Curves, because as you correctly said, Deborah, she's not okay. For her to be making up these things about Chris, to continue to go to these events, to continue to harass them, this is obviously not a rational person. So if you already know this is not a rational person, and you're still calling them names, there's gonna be an irrational response from her. You get what I'm saying? And I also feel like the thing about, you said freedom of speech and all that, it's a slippery slope, because then you'll get the Erica Mena's calling Spice a monkey, for example. Certain things are just not okay.
I understand that. You're right. Freedom of speech. She had the freedom to say it. She had the freedom for a consequence. And that would have been the freedom to get your ass whipped. Call me a monkey. But me calling you a vermin after you've done all the things that you've done to me, eyebrows, is an accurate description of your motherfucking ass. So you're going to have to take what's about to happen. And I'm not sure why Yellow and Vermin aren't sued by this point, including Ashley for orchestrating this sit and the establishment for hosting such a violent event and not having freaking more security than was there. Then obviously all he's trying to do is protect Deborah from getting hit from Kiana, who she's already assaulted her in her intimate space, hurled a glass at her head, and then you're getting your ass handled, and all freaking security is coming to do is to stop you from getting your licks back. They all got a case coming. But I appreciate what you're saying, but I do not agree. I do not agree that I'm supposed to have my reaction to assault policed, not only by the assaulter, but then by public, when I'm obvious. We have already established that she is the victim in this situation. As the victim, my trauma, my post-traumatic stress trauma allows me to call you vermin, worm, maniacal, a horse, a cow, whatever I feel like calling you. I'm in trauma. I'm in literal trauma from not only your actions, your words, but your deeds. But you want me to have the composure to police me because you want me policed. Because, words can hurt. But your actions, your words, and your deeds don't get off scot-free. I'm not sure what America we're living in.
Curse,
this is
I'm gonna have
bad.
to drop. I'm gonna drop down,
I
unfortunately.
love you.
But you know what? This was a good show, and I'm gonna put it on my wall. But keep up the good work and just send the good vibes.
Thank you. Love you. Thanks for coming through.
Okay.
Shout out to Mel in these New York streets and the freaking streets of YouTube. I just don't get it, Emmanuel. I'm not sure. So, okay, listen. So if a person who got great, like let's say Jodie Foster in the back of that bar and they ran a train on her and she was not willing participant, said no the whole time. And she gets up from that experience and calls them all monsters and assigns animalistic names to them. Is that bad?
Well, that's a little different. That's
No,
a little
it's the same
extreme.
thing. It's the same. It's not extreme at all because both actions warranted abuse of someone's person in space. So because one is a horrific, violent thing that we have to make up words for, and the other one seems like a setup from high school, means that I could call a graper a monster, an animal or something, but I can't call this person who just graped my personal space and my good time. I can't assign the same kind of thing to, I just don't get it.
Right, and let me just clarify. I'm not saying it's Candace's fault, because that would be like victim shaming. But I'm just saying, just be a little like, just expect what's gonna come. Like, do you remember when Kiki threw that drink at Tisha? Tisha could have thrown that table at her, but she stayed there. She didn't overreach. Like,
Oh, you mean Lisa Hochstein
no,
in Miami?
Live and Marry Huntsville.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Kiki.
When Kiki, yeah, that Kiki, yeah. Oh yeah. When she threw that drink at Tisha just, she just stood there, because we're only responsible for our actions.
Right. So my action is calling you whatever I call you, and your action was putting your hands on me, physically assaulting me. So we're both responsible for what we did.
Yeah.
And I still feel like stalking and trying to make a problem. I know you're vermin over here to cause trouble. I know it. And so I'm going to call you what you are, demon, because the best way to get the devil out your face is name him. I don't know. I want to have room to understand how using words is a crime on a show where you're paid to use words. I still need to understand how that's the problem.
Can I just say one thing? I know you're going in order, but I feel like the response that Emmanuel is giving, no shade, is that she was provoked. It's somehow that Candace was provoking the vermin lady. But at the end of the day, she came over to Candace and provoked her. So Candace responding to being provoked can't then be used against her because she's responding to someone provoking her.
But Chanel, if we're going to be fair, Ashley said Deborah approached her because she could hear Candace and Wendy talking about her.
Yeah, but I can have a private conversation.
That's true.
So I'm just saying, I just think that's what people are hinging it on. They want to say it's Candace doing something, but I'm saying Candace was minding her business. Now, regardless if she's saying whatever loud enough for somebody to hear it and you're annoyed, you can do that. But at the end of the day, it's not going to hold up in the court of law that I said something to you because I do have the right to speech. I don't have the right to hit someone. That's not a right that I know of.
Right. We have a freedom to speech and a freedom to keep our hands to our motherfucking selves. That's the it. AAE, my voice twin. What do you have to add? Can't hear you.
Hello, voice twin. Happy
Hi.
Sunday. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday.
It's getting out of hand. It really is. Every time you replay, well, of course, this is a very important subject to discuss. Every time this replay is so disturbing. It's so disturbing and damning. And it's just bringing too much liability, not just to Bravo, but just honestly, Black women. Especially the way Carlos King kind of mentioned this some years back, not our RHOP, not RHOP. Potomac is a very I've heard this on other lives. Potomac, the area, the zip code, there's a lot of people in government. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of old money. We know we're pushing into New England. You can find, so I mentioned something in the chat. Are we looking for looks and color, or are you looking for pedigree? And curves, I mean, voice twin, pedigree matters. Voice twin, pedigree matters. It does matter. It does matter. How are you looking to carry yourself on this show? Some of these women do not even appropriately have the background. And I will say it right here. Nia is basically a prostitute. Ashley comes from a very, very disturbed background. And all this talking about her and Michael, she was married, but she point blank does not have the pedigree. Say what you want. Right. She just does not. And when you're in a marriage where you're expected to bring in other people to keep the man happy, I mean, that's her situation. Michael has money, but you yourself cannot even find a forensic accountant to get the money. Like, he has all this money. You yourself are not even coming in with the appropriate education, knowledge, background. I think she speaks French. I don't know. That's very appealing, but you still are not even able to get access, nor is she not going to divorce this man. She does not want to be alone. She does not want to be alone. Robin does not want to be alone. It is hard alone. And many of these women cannot survive here alone. Like, do you have that strength to stand by on yourself and make it through? You can be on this show. I mean, Kenya was doing the RHOA alone for the longest time, but these other women on this show cannot. And they do become very, very angry and bitter because whatever you think colorism is supposed to lead to, it doesn't lead anywhere. Wherever you think this light skin, green eyes is supposed to go, it's not going anywhere. And you're getting more and more angry as opposed to just sit back, looking cute, looking pretty. You want to instigate. You want to bring chaos, bring anger. I mean, look what happened to Monique and Candace. Look at what's going on here with this TMZ footage. Because you have such bitterness and hatred because Candace point blank, other Black girls are mean to.
So we might have to do this blackout tonight after all, you guys, because where did I go? Kerberos. Look, everybody's talking about the blackout now. Where'd it go? I didn't finish sending it. Who just had that Ouija post? Okay, let's look at that while I get it together. But AAE, thank you for that POV. Kotor Bay, you've been so patient, beautiful. What do you have to add to our wonderful conversation about all of it?
Listen, as someone who's watched every Real Housewives of DC, DC Gate, New York, OC, Beverly Hills, Dallas, Atlanta, even Salt Lake City and Dubai in the African countries. Listen, this was really hard to watch because I said I wasn't watching after people made excuses for Monique laying hands to Candace because the goal line keeps changing. What I said when I used to cover the reviews were Monique had built up frustration and anger because she didn't want to be in that marriage, and Gizzelle highlighted something about her being intoxicated while she was quote unquote pregnant, which we know she was over there at that bar drinking. She was, right? Yeah. You don't end up in a ditch because you fall asleep. Like the girls who lived in the DMV, they were all over it, right? And as someone who left the DMV, you're right, AAE. Potomac is a very classy place. They do not play the rigmarole, this fighting. Ashley bringing violent friends shows that she hasn't learned anything since being with Michael Darby, and that speaks volumes. But are we surprised?
Period, Couture Bay. Period.
Are we surprised? Because look at how she operated. Look at how she moves. Look at how she dresses. The moment I saw how she dressed told me everything I need to know. And Katie, the crackhead, dressed way better than she did. And she wasn't even living in the means. The reason Charisse is not even on the show, it's very simple. She was a basic woman. She didn't want to show her life. They iced her out. But for some reason, we get Gizzelle for 7-8 seasons bringing us nothing. And I get it, Sherman Gate really did a number on her, but she has to let it go. We could tell she has some internalized something going on by the way that the twins say she treat Grace versus them. So
Right.
we already
And they're
know that,
browner than Grace, everybody.
and they are. And we could tell about that. We could tell about how mad she was because Wendy and freaking Candace made a face. She was so upset. It just speaks volumes to me. And the fact that Grace hangs around her father more than Gizzelle told me everything I needed to know, because they're not down there at the same time. If y'all haven't noticed, I follow everything that the girls be doing because I want to see. And
Yeah.
Grace is always with her father. She's never like, oh, let me post up with my mom, blah, blah, blah. So that tells me what I need to know about the character of Gizzelle. Overall, Candace leaving the show is going to be the best thing Bravo needs as a hit to their ego. Because when Candace came on season 3, it was season 4. Season 3 or 4, it was the highest rated. Season 4 was the highest rated. Monique was jealous because in the midst of Candace being privileged, in the midst of her coming from the country club, all those women felt some type of way. All of them, including Charisse. And the saddest part about it is Charisse, your children are literally pedigree kids, the same as Candace. So I couldn't understand whether it was trying to call her little girl and try to sun her on national television because her parents allowed her to make a life for herself, make mistakes, and then when you're ready, here, this is what we're going to gift you. That's what privilege is about. That's what busting your behind is for, so that your children don't have to suffer. And it just showed how jealous they were, including Monique. Miss Ice had to sleep in a Bronco and
Yes.
steal somebody's man, a man she didn't even want for real. So out of all of this, it taught me that no matter what Gizzelle do, what Robin do, and even Ashley, because Ashley was over there adding fuel to the fire. She did not try to diffuse Cookie Monster from even coming over there. Like, why did she show up to your event?
Couture. Plus, why did Ashley get to lie to our face? I'm like, Jax Taylor had a point about this shit being scripted, because when the cameras finally come back on, whose 5 head do we see full of lies except for Ashley faking surprise, talking about how did that happen? How did that happen? And she was in it, Couture. She was here from the beginning.
Yes, and I'm not mad at Jax, because sometimes you have to tell the truth about it. The production team sucks. Whoever is over there editing down didn't do a good job. How come the highlight of the show is this fight when the cameras were off? Make that make sense. Cookie Monster showed up ready to fight, hair in a ponytail, wearing a bodysuit when all the other girls are wearing their mini dresses, wearing heels. She's wearing sneakers. So she came there with the intention to do something. And I don't care what anybody say. Ashley knew. She knew what was up. And I don't care if people don't like Candace's mouth. If you can't keep up verbally, maybe you should shut up. Maybe you should focus on doing better for yourself. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much somebody comes at me verbally, I've never raised my fist to anybody. And I work in white collar America. Y'all know cyber is a predominantly white field. They be saying it's Asian. No, it's predominantly white. Okay. And the people who run it are predominantly white. They don't give a damn about that.
And black men.
And black men, yes.
And black men, Curves, because it is, I think you said cyber or cybersecurity?
Yes, cyber period. The overall cyber men.
Because it's such a, because there's a lot of military because of the type of work. So there's a lot, you will see black people. And it is a lot of black men.
But when it comes to the sprinkle of women, they don't care about that. Can you perform the job? Either you're good or you're not. And if you're not, they'll ice you out. So when I see Candace, I see the workplace. I see white collar America. I see people who know how to articulate their feelings and emotions. Do she cry? Yes. But she's around a bunch of idiots. I just have to say it like that. These girls can't keep up. They lack the intellect, they don't have the range, and they for sure do not have the vernacular, because look at how they carry themselves. Look at their lifestyle. The lifestyle alone told me everything I needed to. And it's always the girls who can keep up verbally are the ones who are ostracized. as much as I didn't really care for Katie, they didn't have to treat her like that. She was simply just existing, but bringing her prominence on the show, bringing the fact that she had, is different, and they couldn't take it. They were mad. They were icing her out. Same with Charisse. Like, even though I felt like Charisse was boring, I was just like, dang, everybody who can speak well, carry themselves well, okay, wow. But we go for the green-eyed bandit who came in with the 27 piece? Are we serious?
Right.
Like,
And also couture, but remember when Gizzelle kept putting Katie in a corner with Gizzelle, and then Robin, like you have issues because you're Black. So you have all the light-skinned Black women who are coming at the one biracial woman whose mother.
But she was brown too. She was browner than them. That's my thing.
Yeah.
She was browner than them, and Charisse was
claiming
browner than them.
biracial. That's what it was.
And
She was a
and
brown
Katie
skin
was
girl.
real cute. I know she had her own personal issues. Very, very cute, very pretty. Again, a very articulate. And many of you say she comes from the father, both sides, good pedigree.
Good
It's like
pedigree.
Gizzelle kept wanting her, like, you have issues because you are Black. You have this, you had that. It was so odd. Like, whatever, like, it just came off like you have, it's like the light-skinned Black women coming at the biracial Black woman. The biracial Black woman who comes from a Black woman, and then you the light-skinned Black women clique. And the funny thing is, Gizzelle, Robin they would not be able to survive in quote unquote white or majority society. Like, those two would be Black women. They don't care. They're gonna and they would be shut down. So it's easy to just stay as a quote unquote preference in the Black community and behave like bullies.
And that's why I loved when you said colorism leads to poverty, because it do. Look at Gizzelle. She's been on the show for 8 seasons. House not finished, nothing. Look at Robin. Robin is about to be
broke.
Her
Robin
kids
you
are
need to get a
showering in
tetanus
cold
shot
water.
before you enter Robin's home. You need a tetanus shot. Oh, get vaccinated. You don't know what you're gonna pick up there.
Like, it's
MRSA.
so much
Oh my
going
God,
on.
David.
And here's my bigger problem, Larger Curves.
Huh.
Your husband didn't even show up, and you think you can question mine?
And
I
that's like
understand.
Andy's problem. Andy should have shut that down. He should have laughed at her and been like, "Really, Robin? I got this."
But
Like,
if Candace would have said, "Is wine out at hotels or something?" the internet would have. And that's why I said I'm happy Candace is leaving, because she really is the show. When she came season 4, she came because Monique was season 3. Candace came season 4. They were jealous. That was their highest
Candace was
rated
season
show.
3.
She was season 3.
Monique came season 2.
ooh, up to 820 on the Fire Gizzelle petition, you guys. The link's in the description.
Either way, the ratings didn't go up until Candace came. Like, they were literally struggling because them girls don't have real storylines. Like, granted, Karen's gonna have one for next year, but these other ones don't have nothing to show except for Mia and Karen, maybe Wendy. The rest of them, what do they bring? Nothing.
Robin is not bright. She's not smart. She's not witty. It's just like so much like balls attached to a dick. Like, she's just there hanging around. She brings nothing.
And I think one of hers hangs
that's
low
not
like an old man. I think one of hers hangs low like an old man. Like, she's always touching toilet water.
I will say this. The only thing Robin has brought is a long-suffering wife. Gizzelle is starting to see Uncle Ben's words coming to haunt her, because pretty fades, baby. The one thing I learned about the girls who know how to get the bag and secure it while I was being in the DMV, you got to get it while it's hot, and you got to make your best move the next move. You cannot be out here just playing around. What woman of stature, and mind you, Gizzelle comes from prominence. What woman of stature walks, talks, act like her? And that's why she's failing, because she wants to be a hood rat with a light skin and green eyes, and it has not worked out for you. Look at you. You're out here walking around retaining water.
Ray tried to tell her.
For fashions, and you think you have the intellect to even speak about anything. And she did allude to essay. And that's why I said the show should be put on pause, because she alluded to it and so did Ashley, and they're both wrong. They both need to be fired. That is not right, especially in a time where victims aren't even being believed. But that's all I have. Thank you for letting me up. I gotta go grocery shopping because y'all done behind. But
All right,
Everybody
see you on
go
Tuesday.
Bay.
Couture Bay. See you on Tuesday.
Couture Bay has a channel in these YouTube streets. You guys, if can one of the mods drop her channel, and you guys be sure and go through and smash her buttons if you don't already know about her. Find out about her.
thank you so much, LRGA Curves. And girl, you about
No
to break
worries.
numbers.
I know.
Bye,
Oh my
y'all.
God, God is great. Today is a new day, girl. I appreciate you. Okay, Chanel's Reality and Callie Nola still are up in the house. Go ahead, Chanel. Thanks for coming through, and thanks for my super chats, darling. I love you.
Same here, same here. I'm gonna go check out, what's the other lady's name? What's her name?
Oh, Couture Bay.
Couture Bay and the lady
Couture Bay.
before her.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Okay, I have to go back and watch. Okay, so I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree with your sister. What did y'all say? Y'all sisters? Y'all voice sisters or something?
Oh, AAE. Yeah, voice twin.
Because I'm like, I'm a little bit confused about how saying colorism, and maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but saying that there's colorism on this show somehow contributes to being broke, because the people who are saying colorism is happening on the show are the two wealthiest women on the show. Let's be very clear. Dr. Wendy Osefo has all of it on the stick. I think her husband said he just cleared $2 million in 6 months or something like that. Happy Eddie. So I think that they're good. Candace, both of her parents are doctors. She has 2 degrees and an advanced degree. So I think she's doing good too. Plus her and her husband allegedly got a whole, $2 million house or whatever it was, $1 million house on their own. So I would say the people who are the brokest on the show or closest to broke are the ones that only have money seemingly because they're on the show. Because last time I checked, didn't Robin have like $25 or something? I'm trying to figure out how she even got an audition with $25 in the bank account. And if Ashley Self can pull it up, I'm certain Bravo could pull it up and find out that this woman clearly is not qualified to be a lady of leisure, so to speak, is what these housewives are supposed to be, even though most of them ain't even housewives. So that's number one. My other thing too about the broke situation is, and people really kind of, I feel like, maligning Candace the entire time she's been there about her mom paying for things. The last time I checked, Paris Hilton's mom and her granddaddy, she had, her and her sister had a $30 million, what do they call it? When they put your money in something, I'm having brain fog right now. Trust. So
Yeah, that was
problem
the
with that.
grandfather.
They had a whole, what is it? Beverly Hills, Rich Kids of Beverly Hills on the E! Network, where nobody was saying anything negative about the billionaire dads and whomever else buying these children's G-Wagons or these adults, really. All of this affluence, and sorry, I'm reading something on the internet here. Let me turn that off and get focused. But nobody has a problem with it. Suddenly, this brown lady comes on this TV, and it is oh my God, let's just berate her about her mom paying for this, that, and the third. Like, why do we feel like Black children or Black people should have a struggle life before they had a good life? I'm not saying you shouldn't understand that people out here are impoverished and uneducated and whatever else, but I don't need to struggle first. I'm made for 5-star hotels and room service, and I've been that way since I'm 6 years old. It ain't changing over here. So I don't understand why we have to have this lowbrow situation for this lady over here, whom I think really has been underrated and berated simply because her vocabulary surpasses the other ladies. There's a few things that I've been pissed off about since like season 1, because as LRGA Curves has said, it's this colorism issue didn't start with Dr. Wendy Osefo and Candace. It started with the light bright close to white women chasing Katie around. So here's my thing. Season 1, Gizzelle said, and I'm paraphrasing, but she said to Katie something about the naming ceremony and why are you saying that your kids are Jewish? Jewish people don't even like you, or something to that effect. Last time I checked, I don't understand why Andy didn't stand on her head. Isn't he a whole Jewish man?
That's what I'm saying. These anti-Semitic remarks need to get brought up again.
Correct. The other thing, and there's many things that I can name, but I'm gonna just name off another thing. I forget what season it was, but whenever Andy was basically trying to get Gizzelle to understand Wendy's feelings about being physically attacked by Mia and how she should be understanding, especially since she was fake supportive of not nonviolent the season before or whatever when Candace got attacked. It was just kind of like, how are you not standing on Gizelle's head when her response to Andy about, don't you understand why Wendy feels away or whatever the case may be about being attacked? And her response is, I don't like her. Why are you not standing on this lady's head when her response can be, why is it an acceptable response to be, she gets attacked violently twice on this show, and your response can be, I don't like her, and nobody says a word? That's cool. So to me, you're implicit at that point when the response can be, I just don't like her, and we cool with it and we can move on. Just like her response last season or this season was, well, I'm sorry, I used the wrong word. You didn't use the wrong word. You used the intentional word. Let's be very clear. You're very clear about how you feel. Thirdly, why are we even asking the light, bright, close to white? And let's be clear, I don't have problems with light, bright, close to white. I love all the vanilla people. My mom, I'm not my mom, but my mother-in-law looks exactly like Ashley. The whole, all the women in their family are light, bright, close to white, and the men are dark. My husband looks just like me.
No, I like your word stream, light, bright, close to white. I get it. I
love all people. Yeah. But I'm just saying, I have to call things what they are. And then it's just kind of like, how do we allow her to get away this season? Why are we asking Gizzelle what she think happens when the brown people were the only people, even to this point, who've been attacked on this show? Why are we asking the victims of this brawl what they think happened, as opposed to Gizzelle giving her opinion about what she thinks happened? Her opinion is irrelevant. It has absolutely no place in this altercation. I hope, pray to God, that at some point we ask Ashley, who hasn't said basically one word this whole time, I feel like, what she was doing, because it was very disgusting. And I know that editing plays a role, and we shouldn't always blame editing, but I do feel like it was very disgusting that the way when I watched it, it looked as though Ashley's assistant came and got her from somewhere, and Ashley was approaching the situation like, oh, I was over here doing something transpired, and oh my God, what happened? How did that happen? She was very animated with, like, as she didn't know what was going on when she was standing there trying to
the whole time she walked eyebrows over there.
My point, exactly. How are you standing there acting like you want to stop Candace from hitting someone with this bottle, and then your production plays the clip as if you are just now being notified that something has transpired, and you're like, oh my God, how did that happen? How did that happen? If you go back and watch it, that is exactly how they make it seem. So I was thinking initially, I was thinking initially, like, what are they talking about? Like, if you're not intelligent and you're not really paying attention to what's going on, you may have thought, like, oh, Ashley had nothing to do with it, when she absolutely had everything to do with it. And here's my fourth thing. I feel as though production, Andy, Bravo, Truly Original, Shed Media, NBC, all of them are complicit. Because here's the thing. The last time I checked, that girl, Deborah, if she wasn't mic'd up, but it felt to me like she was mic'd up. At the end of the day, even if she wasn't mic'd up, you are not coming on this scene without signing something saying that you are releasing yourself, or you are giving your whatever it is, your likeness to Bravo. So I saw her come in and hug Wendy, and it seemed like at least 3 or 4 other people. So at that point, my opinion sits as, you guys knew that this lady was already problematic previously. She was also at every other event that what is it called? That Ashley had. It's, to me, problematic. It feels like you want there to be something. Right. You want something to pop off, because you're inserting a person that isn't even a friend of the show, unless I got bad information. You keep inserting this lady, and this is the problem. It's like you want a hostile work environment. You've created not only a hostile one, but a violent one at this stage, because at the end of the day, if Candace and everybody else is supposed to get paid episodically, which basically means per episode that they're appearing in, if you keep inserting this lady, Ashley, and Bravo, into a situation where Candace is going to be there, then you're implicit. You're hoping something happens. You're hoping that Candace can get a rise.
You're doing the opposite of protecting Candace.
Correct. It's not a protective environment. And
real quick, Couture Bay and I both realized, I've watched this video since it came out last year and never saw this glass hit Kiara's head before.
Right.
You see that? You see that
Mhm.
black thing? That's a literal glass, you guys. That's why she had to go get those stitches. And then after she hits her with it, after invading her intimate personal space, she then hits her with this glass, and that's when the fight starts. But people also wanted to blame Kiara for defending herself. I'm just like, the whole world is mad that brown-skinned girls defend themselves when attacked.
Yep.
Hold on,
I-
Curves. Wait a second. We got 137 people in the live chat. If y'all could please hit that like and subscribe button, because this is a great conversation brought to you by Curves. Thank you.
Right on. Thank you, Emmanuel.
I love it. I love it.
Right
I love it.
on. And I think we
I
might
support
almost
that
be at
message.
2,000,
Thanks,
you
Emmanuel.
guys.
I support that. But the last thing I just want to say is that I do think that I think a lot of people who just hate Candace for the sake of hating her,
Yeah.
once she announced, or it was announced that she was leaving the show or whatever the case may be, people gravitated to she got fired and this, that, and the third. And I don't know if that lady got fired or not, but I will say this. After watching this fight, and I hate violence, really I do hate violence, but I do, and I really also kind of hate when people record it, but I also know that I'm glad that people record it so that people can go to jail, so that people can see, like you're saying, there's a glass hitting this lady in the face, and that's why she's responding to what's going on, or a drink was thrown on her or whatever.
Yeah.
But I do think that oh God, what was I gonna say? What was I saying before I said that? I can't remember what I was saying about. What was I talking about? Maybe it was
great points, Chanel.
I
You
know,
guys,
and I can't
Chanel
think of the last
Reality.
one.
Chanel's Reality is a new channel in these YouTube streets. Somebody please drop her link so we can go through and smash
Thank you. But I will say this. I do think that, I was going to say that people wanted to make it a thing that, because they hate Candace so much that Candace got fired or whatever. But after watching this violent attack, I think that Candace and Chris sat down and said, this is the second time where this lady is trying to provoke me. She's trying to get something out, and now it's very violent. Plus, my other castmate was violently attacked, and they rehired the person that violently attacked her. I think they said, because I do think Candace is very intelligent, I think she sat down and said, with her husband, like, this isn't safe. Like, these people are not protecting me. And I think that's really the reason that Candace was like, yo, I'm good. And I also think it's irritating to me that people want to make this thing about, okay, well, you wouldn't leave money, especially $1 million on the table, but I do think your peace
all
is
money
priceless.
ain't good money.
I think your peace is priceless. Like, I've worked in the field of social work my whole and total adult life, but there's been situations where I'm like, I'm at the hospital with the psych patients, and I'm like, this ain't safe. He's scary, and that's my field of study. You know what I'm saying? But there's been situations too where I've worked with other people, and I'm the program manager, and especially during COVID, where I'm working almost around the clock in environments that could cost me my life or my husband or whomever else. And there's been a million times my husband's like, get them people that computer and they key and leave. But I fortunately have a situation where my husband could take care of us. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Everybody doesn't have that situation. And last thing, I have had a situation where I was like, I need to pay my rent, but I'm not dealing with these idiots. I'm out. And we'll just figure out how.
We'll figure it out later.
Yeah. So I think with Candace and her support system there, that she had way more money than I probably ever had. And she could leave if she wanted to. That's it. That's all.
I appreciate that POV, Chanel. And I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think that AAE, did you want to explain to her what you were talking about with the colorism equals poverty? Because I feel like there was just I feel like it was a valid point and just misunderstood, because you're not saying that people who see colorism are impoverished. You're saying that people that exist from a colorist advantage are impoverished. Is that what you're saying?
I think I misunderstood it, but that's why I just wanted to try to understand it better. Yeah.
LRGA Curves actually both. Keep the mindset. You come from the society. You don't want to get into the correct mindset of the majority of society. You're just going to end up broke. It just doesn't go anywhere. It really does not. The more money you make, especially as a Black woman, you're going to see that it just doesn't mean anything, because nobody's looking at you in this special light that because you're quote unquote light skinned. Just nobody cares. I mean, So let's just say hypothetically, a light-skinned woman is viewed as a King Charles Spaniel or a Pomeranian, and a dark-skinned woman is viewed, masculine, a pit bull. At the end of the day, you're still a dog.
Right.
Like, just get over it. Decide what you're going to do. We live in a capitalistic society. People are here to make money. You have to have the skills to put yourself to make money. That is the pedigree. It really
and that's the color that matters is green.
The period. That it really does. And that's what people want to see. If you cannot present yourself as someone who's competent to make money, no one is going to fool with you, no matter how far you think light-skinned is going to go. I absolutely have nothing against light-skinned women. I don't see it, because how I view what a light-skinned woman is and what I've heard other Black people, it's just, you're okay. I mean, you say you are, whatever floats your boat. But I don't care, because it just doesn't apply in any way to my life.
I have to disagree. One more thing, Curves, before I move on, is to me, that's kind of equivalent to saying it doesn't matter or whatever. It's kind of equivalent to saying somebody like Sutton on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills saying, I don't see color. You absolutely see color.
No, that's like, racism. Let's not get confused.
I'm not conflating them.
Which is very, very rich and clear.
But what I'm saying is, I'm not conflating them. What I'm saying, I'm giving an example of when you say, well, it doesn't matter. What matters is my education and my pedigree. That to me is kind of saying that the colorism component doesn't really matter and people don't really care about that. That's false, because that's like saying that I can't see that my husband's a man. I absolutely can see that he's a man, and so does the workplace, which is why even though he's a Black man, and even though I have 3 college degrees and he has an associate degree, he's always made more money than me. Okay, and I'm way more educated.
But you're comparing gender. Men make more money. Men make more money. Period. They do.
But what I'm saying is, he's not going to make as much money, in my opinion, as the white man that he works for. Okay,
again, that's race.
I'm not gonna, as the Black woman who's way more educated than probably both of them, I'm still, because I'm the Black woman, regardless of how much my pedigree is.
Gender.
Whatever,
that's gender.
What I'm saying to you is, it all matters.
No, it does not matter. No, it does not.
It absolutely matters.
No, it does not.
Let me tell you why.
Go ahead.
Let me give you an example why. And I said this last time, Curves. If Dorit walks into the Saks Fifth Avenue as the white woman, they're going to see a white woman who's probably married, who's probably doesn't have a baby daddy, who's probably has a college degree, who probably grew up in a 2-parent home. If Garcelle, who has a much longer resume than Dorit from the Beverly Hills, whatever, walks into that same Saks Fifth Avenue, they're going to say she might be uneducated. She probably has a baby daddy.
That's race.
It's what it is.
You're discussing race.
What I'm saying is,
any one colorism example. Everything
you can't separate it. We live
in
a racist
That's 100.
society.
No, it's not.
Period.
Black woman.
We do.
Black woman. Black woman.
Sorry.
If the middle market situation has not taught anybody anything.
Allie, I love you. Thanks for coming up.
That's Black woman. That's Black woman.
I'm sorry.
Where was this colorism when she's making these complaints about the royal family? And then she's just realizing, you're coming from California, where California is more accepting of this. I'm not Black, I'm this. And also California has a very large non-Black ethnic population. So yeah, you can blend in. But when you're in majority society with actual white people, you are Black. BLACK.
She was mixed race, and they don't like mixed race.
No, they don't think
she was never seen as Black.
A
Black woman would have never went down that aisle, honey.
That Black woman would have stayed in that palace.
I think it's dangerous to say that we're all the same and we're viewed the same. We're just not.
No, that's
an ignorant statement.
It's 100% facts and truth, and maybe you don't want to hear it.
No,
when you start making
the
money,
women do not see
a Black woman.
I can promise you
want to see color. I understand. Nobody else cares.
Okay, let me just be very clear. If that had been Gizzelle that got attacked that way, I promise you there would be a different situation happening right now. There would be an emergency meeting at Bravo about how dare this Black lady come and attack her. I can promise you. But if you want to look at life through the lens, and it's perfectly fine for you to look at it that way.
First off, we're
you
talking,
can
this is
have your
entertainment.
perspective, but
The
I just don't
entertainment is
think.
very colorist. We all know that. I mean, even
I'm sorry?
this is the entertainment industry. This is very different. I'm talking real life.
Yeah, real
The
life.
vast majority of
I
us.
just gave you real life with my husband.
And
He's
I
gonna
did, and
have
that
a
your
different
example was race
pay
and gender.
scale than me.
Your example was race and gender. You did not bring up a colorist example.
I
You
did.
said where?
Race. Let's be clear. Racism, colorism can't exist without racism.
Racism is racism. Colorism can do whatever it wants.
No. Colorism
Racism.
doesn't just exist in
So
America.
you're
It
really
exists
believing.
in every
You're really
culture
believing that
across the world.
You're
That
really
is why.
believing in majority society where Black people make about 14%.
Mhm.
If you're working in a company, you're working in professionals. I'm not talking about people making less money. I'm talking where you are literally, which is what 14% is about, either 1 in 2, or about 2 people out of 10, or 1 person out of 10. You really think nobody cares? I'm just telling you.
Everybody cares.
Okay, you care.
Everybody cares.
Then
Everybody
you go ahead
cares.
and care.
You can live
Then
in a
you
world.
can.
Listen, Dorit lives in a world where she thinks it's okay for Sutton to yell at her for 10 minutes, and it's not a problem. But then Garcelle says, "I think you're being mean to her."
Or racial
And
group.
suddenly she is aggressive, and suddenly she's attacking her. That is because of her unconscious bias, sweetheart. You can be
LRGA Curves,
racist
prejudice or
and
discrimination against
and-
individuals with a dark skin tone, typically among people of the same ethnic or racial group.
Here's the thing, and I'll just say this one. I'll just say this one last thing.
It's racism.
Okay, you can.
But her point
say that.
was,
I'm gonna say this one last thing, and then I'll leave it alone. You don't have to necessarily agree with me, but that doesn't make your statements right and my statements wrong simply because you disagree. It doesn't mean that what I'm saying.
It also comes back to money.
Hear what I'm saying.
If you're working in a majority Black company, there's going to be colorism.
Hear what I'm saying.
And
though,
nobody
love.
there has any money.
Hear what I'm saying, love. What I'm saying is only this. We could all sit on a panel and sit with a group of white people who think that they're not racist. We could sit with those people and they could tell us all day long, that isn't racism. Why are we still talking about it? It's not that. It's not that. And we as Black people have a collective of unconsciousness to sit there and say, it is. We're never going to change their mind because they don't see it that way. But that doesn't make us wrong because we're like, yeah, that is racist.
Yeah, that's racism.
That is colorist. I'm never going to change your mind, and I'm fine with that.
Correct.
I'm fine with never changing your
one example, colorism.
Listen, I'm fine with not changing your
on
mind.
The show because it's majority Black women.
This is the only thing I'm asking of you, because I can do this as a professional. I can disagree with you, but I could also say, you know what? Let me think about what she's saying without being provoked. But let me just think about what she's saying, because she could have something she's saying. Maybe I'm missing it now, but let me talk to some other people about it.
Right.
That's all I'm asking you to do is just sit with what I'm saying and say to yourself, is it possible that maybe I could take a peek? I could take a look and say, you know what? Even if I think I'm right, even if I know that I'm right, there's a possibility that what Nikki or Chanel is saying has some credence. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you have to agree.
Again, colorism, societies that depend on it, broke. There's no money there. If you want to depend on colorism, go ahead. Good for you. There's no money there. Please show me the colorist society where there is money, not poverty. Where is it?
That's an interesting back and forth. Oh my gosh, Allie, I'm sorry you had to come back, but thank you for coming back. And then we have Callie, Nola. Is that you? And then Candor.
Hey.
Hey, you guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi. Well, first of all, I want to say that I absolutely think it is insane that people think that Candace should have to come on this show and fight people, or that it is an expectation that she have to fight or that she be hit. And I think what happened when that fight happened and that clip went all around the internet, it drew in an audience that doesn't normally watch Housewives. So now you have this audience commenting on social media, sort of driving the people on the show in a way that a Housewives show really wouldn't be driven. combined with the fact that this show was never from the first season casted to be a housewife show. That's why you have people like Gizzelle and Robin on this show that do not, in my opinion, belong on any Bravo housewife franchise. This was supposed to be sort of a spinoff type show, almost like a Summer's House type thing. But they could not use the name from the organization, so they folded them under Housewives. The issue is they never retooled the show for it to be Housewives. They just sort of added Monique on, and they were like, okay, well, this is going to be our rich girl. There's something really wrong with the production. It's not just Gizzelle. Yes, Gizzelle is extremely problematic, but there is something that is wrong with the production. Gizzelle should not even have this much power. If she's colorist, she should have to keep the shit to herself. Gizzelle ain't no damn body. Gizzelle should not have this much power over these people on this show. Period. Gizzelle is not Candy or Lisa Vanderpump, where she's bringing all this content to Bravo in connections and or like Kyle brought. This Gizzelle, we don't even know what Gizzelle did before she got on this show. This is absurd, and I think it's beyond colorism. I think I don't know what it is, but there's some sort of weird fixation with Gizzelle specifically, because Gizzelle is not the only light-skinned Black woman on this network. And as far as the thing with Katie happened. It happened because, I'm gonna be honest, a lot of Black people don't want to understand, want to accept that a biracial person has a different experience than they have. They don't want to accept it. They want to go, you're Black, you're Black, you're Black. But in today's world, I'm not talking about in the 1800s. In today's world, they are seen very differently, and I see it in the workplace all the time. And I am a little bit more sensitive to it because I'm lighter skinned, and sometimes people mistakenly think I'm biracial, and when they find out I'm not, they start treating me different. It's happened to me my whole life. So I think that was some of the animosity that they had toward Katie, because in actuality, they kind of look like they might be preferences until you start talking to them and realize that they're Black. Katie actually is a preference. So that was, I knew exactly what that was. But to me, the issue is more production, because why is Gizzelle given this much power in the first place? And then why was Gizzelle even asked that question? She wasn't even there. So it's almost like they were trying to set it up for something inappropriate to be said, because Gizzelle was not there. Ashley should be fired. I think that Ashley tried to set Candace up and it went too far. Ashley is not bringing anything to this show. She's lying. She's not getting the divorce. She needs to go. I wish they would have never hired Mia, but since they did, I honestly think that the fans are going to be very disappointed, because I really feel that Mia's lying and it's starting to unravel. She can't keep it straight, and the next season is going to be all about Mia's lying. And a little bit of Karen drunk driving. And I think that that's what next season is going to be, unless they find some really interesting people to bring on the cast, which I don't know if they're even making an effort to do so. Cherie was actually supposed to be the center of this cast, but when the stuff happened with her husband, she kind of had to tone it down because she was trying to get that bag from her husband. So even when she was on the show, she had to pull back, and then she had to finally leave. But she was, if you guys remember, she was meant to be the center of the show. It was never Gizzelle. Gizzelle was supposed to be kind of like that loudmouth, sassy friend character that she really didn't live up to because she can't read. Exactly. Like, Gizzelle to me does not bring anything to this show. Gizzelle does not have any money. She does not have a husband. She's not witty.
She has a hot box.
She doesn't have any fashion.
She has a hot box.
You know, now y'all are into that. I'm not into the slut shaming. Hey, live your life. But to me, Gizzelle does not bring anything to this show. And from what
Gizzelle was Mia before Mia got on the show.
Mia is a con artist.
For real. I don't know why she got first chair. Can anybody up here explain to me how Mia ended up with first chair? Everything she said to us for the past seasons have been lies, you guys.
Curves, and it was exposed that her and Jackie and G concocted that fake story. It was already exposed. Why is this woman still on this show? Like, either they need to cancel this show or they need to do something different with production.
Or we need to do the idea. How do you guys feel about a blackout? I'm telling you, if we could all promise to not watch until next Sunday, it would drop their viewership drastically. The advertisers would suffer, and then they might listen to us about what we're talking about. But if
I'm down because I've only been watching it here and there, so I can talk to you guys about it. I haven't really been watching the show, and when I've missed several episodes, and when it is on, it's on in the background. But this is ridiculous, and I I'm not a huge Candace fan because I kind of just think that it's more Monique's fault that the audience of the show became dark and the energy of the show became dark when that whole confrontation happened. And it's not necessarily Candace's fault, because Candace thought she was just reading like they always do on Housewives. Like, she had no reason to believe that this woman was going to hit her. But then you have people that come in that watch Love and Hip Hop and Baddies and all of this stuff, and they think that is how Housewives work. They've never seen OC. They've never seen Beverly Hills. They barely watch Atlanta. They don't understand that people read people on these shows. That's what these shows are. And we even had Lisa Rinna threaten someone with a broken glass. And Kim did not back down. And nobody got beat up. Although I think Lisa should have been kicked off the show. That's a whole other show. But, it did not escalate to what we saw just now in this clip. Like, they grabbed her, they snatched her up, they got the glass away from her, and it did not escalate to this. This is not what I watch Housewives for. And I don't like this narrative. Even Mia was like, you can't do that. Everybody on Housewives does this. Like, have you never watched Housewives before? And Mia, I don't understand. I will never, ever understand why it was okay for her to do what she did to Wendy. And I wish that Wendy wouldn't have been, that she would have took a different approach and would have been like, look, I don't care if I get kicked off the show. She's got to go. I really wish that she would have taken that approach, because in all honesty, I don't think they're getting paid that much to be on this show. And that's why it was not a big deal for Candace to leave. I don't think they're getting paid no $1 million an episode. Look at their lifestyles. Look at, and I'm not trying to drag Candace, but look at Candace's car. Like, that is,
I never saw her car. What kind of little car does she have?
Candace got that little Lexus SUV, and it's old.
Oh, well,
like,
maybe
there's no Range Rover, there's no G-Wagon.
But that's how the rich stay rich, though. Look.
Yeah,
no, it's not. I live in LA. It's nothing but rich people here. It's full of Teslas.
But I hear you.
Rolls Royces.
But I hear you.
A Range Rover is like a minivan to them.
She says she got to save her money for her background dancers. I'm just saying.
Right?
I just don't think they're.
I'm joking.
That Potomac pays them on that level. I just don't. That's why you don't see the glam squads and all that stuff that you see on some of the other franchises, because most of these ladies were not already wealthy, which is what this show is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a platform for wealthy women, or women who have essentially married or have been married to wealthy men. That is the premise of the show. Yes, sometimes they will always have like a friend that's not so well off. That's how Nene came on. But that will just be that one friend, and that's kind of like her role, like Kiki on Miami. She's the friend that's up and coming, but it's never this, to have a whole cast of women that don't have no money. This show either needs to be rebooted or canceled. Wendy is probably doing the best out of everybody on this show. And Wendy is not like balling. She's just, she's just.
Well, $2 million in 6 months is a mini baller.
Well, we don't know how much they put into this. They said in sales. So we don't know what their initial investment was. We don't know what the taxes that they have to pay. Well, I don't really understand how that business works.
But why we got to do that, though? Why he can't just be happy with his $2 million?
That's what I'm saying.
Grand Dom.
Why he can't just let him live, though?
Grand Dom has never even mentioned
that's not
yourself.
my point. My point is Wendy is doing the best on the show. And she's not even like rich like that. You know what I mean? Like, this show doesn't work. It just does not work.
It's why
And
they went to Austin, Texas, because they don't have no money, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but wasn't that show canceled?
No, that was Potomac that went to Austin, Texas.
Oh, I thought you
Yeah.
said the Texas one, the one where they
No,
were
no.
Texas. They were broke on that one too.
Right,
And that show was gone so fast. That was the fastest canceled Housewives. This is not what people watch Housewives for. It's this disgusting. And I don't know what is going on with Gizzelle. If you just hate Wendy just that much, but even if you do, you should at this point understand the optics of what you're doing.
Right? Are you talking about this?
Too much.
Are you talking about this right here?
Too big.
Let's see. What was she talking? Where'd it go? Was it in
Because
Brilliant?
even let's say Gizzelle, it's not about skin color, it's about something else with Wendy. But at this point, you should be aware of what this looks like. But Gizzelle got too much power. She thinks she runs the show. That is the real problem. She's been trying to make up these fake stories.
She has been allowed to run amok for 9 seasons.
Yep.
Literally run amok.
I can understand
they made
Lisa Vanderpump running amok. I can understand Candy running amok. I can understand Kyle running amok. This woman is not bringing what these ladies brought to this network. She's not. She's brought nothing. She I'm sorry. She hasn't brought any social capital. She's not good on the show. What is she black?
I think, Deborah.
So that's what you were talking about, that Gizzelle should know what she's doing by setting it up, saying that shit on national TV. Exactly.
I understand you may not like Wendy for whatever reason. I understand she made some faces at your daughter, all of that. But at this point, you know what the audience is saying. All you had to do was say, I didn't see what happened. That's all you had to do. But you were trying to set Wendy up. And then when Wendy spoke up and said, well, what did I do? She can answer the question. So she was like, well, I'm going to take Wendy out of it because Wendy didn't do anything. You were trying to gaslight and try to make it seem like Wendy was up here fighting. And I truly think, in my opinion, it's more jealousy than anything. Gizzelle does not have what Wendy has. She doesn't. And I think that it bothers her. And I think that she felt like, maybe I shouldn't have married Jamal. Maybe I should have found a man like Eddie or like Chris Samuels. Maybe those guys approached me and I didn't talk to them because I thought this crooked preacher was the shit. You know? And I think that is really the what the anger is. It's like, damn, if I just wouldn't have married Jamal, if I just would have talked to that nice football player, that nice Nigerian man that approached me, I would be sitting where they're sitting. But I wanted this preacher because I thought this was something, and it was just a bunch of bull crap. And I think it's so funny that we don't even know what Gizzelle did before she came on this show. Gizzelle has a college education. Gizzelle is not a dummy. But what did she do for a living before she got on Housewives? Nobody can tell us.
Wow, I hadn't realized that.
Not one person has came up and said, oh, I used to work with Gizzelle. I was her coworker. She was very nice, or she was very nasty. We know where all the places where Meghan Markle has worked here in Los Angeles. I even know someone that went to high school with her. Nobody has came up and said, what was Gizzelle doing before she got on this show? Because Jamal does not have that kind of money where she was just living off child support. Maybe she was living with her dad. Well, which, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But, I mean, say that, though. We don't know, where did Gizzelle come from? Because her and Jamal have been broke up for a long time. She tried to make it seem like they were divorcing or they had just divorced. No, it had been many years. And another thing, Robin and Juan are not a couple. I think the producers concocted that because they wanted them to give more. First, if you go back to the first season, they were living together because Juan was helping her with the kids. And I think that's what this always has been. I think that they have their own lives, but the problem is they got on this show and now they kind of have to sneak around a little bit because people think they're together because that's what the producers wanted, because the producers was probably like, it's boring, y'all got to spice it up. And so they were like, okay, we gonna say we back together. But I honestly don't believe that a lot of these fans, and I feel bad for them going up for Robin because they feel like, oh, she keeps getting cheated on and all of this stuff. I'm like, I don't believe any of that. I don't believe these people are together. I don't think they're a couple for him to have cheated on her. I think that they honestly live in the same house so they can help each other out with the kids so she will not have to hire a nanny because she can't really afford one. And I think
Wouldn't
that
be
that's what's
crazy?
really happening.
That would be so crazy. And that's why she's not pressed about him spending money on hotel rooms. And the only thing she's pressed about is that Candace brings it up because then it'll remind everybody that she's a fake. That could be.
I kid you not. I personally know a couple like this, and I know it's true because the husband and the wife both told me they are not a couple, but somebody's got to watch their kid, and nannies are very expensive. You know, so, and you know, and I know another couple, they live down the street from each other, like a block away, and they have joint custody, and the kid goes here and goes there whenever he feels like it. But, you know, they have the money to afford to be able to do that.
Right. I appreciate that POV, Callie Nola. You don't have a channel yet, huh?
No, I haven't had time. I've been really bogged down at work. And as everybody know, I've been remodeling my house for 2 years because I'm doing most of the work myself. So that's starting to wrap up a little bit. So hopefully I will be able to have a life again and maybe
once you get a life, we'll get some time to share with us. Right on. I appreciate that. It looks like we have a new person up here, H. We're going to let Candor and Allie go and then you, okay? Go ahead, Candor.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Larger. It's been a while.
Hey, babe. It's been a while. How you been?
Oh, I'll DM you privately.
Okay.
So anyways, I'm going to first off saying this because I can't stay on. It's late over here. I stopped watching the show this season. I refused to watch it, and this is the reason exactly why. Every season, this has been building up, and it's getting worse and worse. This is a bad representation of what women is supposed to be like, and I think Bravo play a big hand in this because I've also seen it in Raw as well, how they do this and how they behave and go on. This is disgusting behaviour. And these women are supposed to be representing people in America. Now, it's not just people in America watching this. It's people all the way around the world. And this is what they get, miss.
Yeah, who is the yellow? I thought it was Gizzelle for the longest time, but that is Eyebrow's friend who actually was there to start stuff too when Ashley walked them all behind the velvet rope. See this velvet rope right here, you guys? You see that velvet rope? That's what was blocking non-cast members from cast members. So when Deborah lies and said she overheard Candace and Wendy talking about her, they were way under this sign. Eyebrows and Ashley's other friends were on the opposite side of that rope. It wasn't until Ashley said, "Are the cameras down?" that she escorted these people to the other side of the rope, right? So I don't think she really heard shit. When she got to the other side of the rope, Candace called her vermin to her face. So for all the people saying you can't just say things behind people's back or whatever, no, she said she turned to the lady and said, "No, I don't have nothing to say to you. Somebody get this vermin out of here." Okay? So none of that was behind her or nothing. And then this lady in the yellow and Bravo, only one security. She had already called for security. She had already said, "Get this woman out of my face." Security wasn't over there. They didn't come over until they were trying to protect Eyebrows from getting it handed to her by Kiara. You see it? It's crazy.
What I'm going to say as well, and the panel can agree and not agree. I look outside of this and see it for what it is, and I see a lot of classism going on, and it's really degrading. It really is. Whether you can see it or not, it is. They are showing women of a certain caliber how they behave. It's like one step forward, 3 steps back for the rich people to look and laugh and say, "What a mess." You know what I mean? I see a lot of this going on in here. And even with Candace's background, where she was brought up like a bit better, middle class and stuff like that, she was dragged for that. That's classism as well. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And just because she doesn't behave a certain way that another person behaves. I see a lot of it going on in Potomac. I started switching off because it's not classy, it's not cool, and it's just wrong how to represent women. And it's Bravo have this nasty way of making these women look good alike. And they get off on it and they say, we don't represent hate or fighting. That's all we see from here. That's all we see is fighting going on every time. They
Yeah,
like
that was a whole season. Whole
Andy-
season.
And the thing is with Andy, he doesn't care exactly what's going on as long as the ratings is up and he's getting the money. He prefers this all going on because he likes the like ratchet behaviour and everything like that. He thinks it's great. He's a pathetic little man. I've never liked Andy Cohen in my life. And the way he treats them when it comes to reunions, they sit, these are grown women, and he berates them like little naughty schoolgirls. And the way he treats the women, it's sick to watch. It really is. And I'm just turned off by it altogether. A lot of these women don't have stories, so what they do is bully other people who come in for their story. Now, the point, what I don't like is when these women run out of their own stories and they've got nothing to give themselves, they need to be moving on. Make your money, do your promotion, get your businesses, and move on, because this is what happens in Bravo. It gets this toxicity and it ruins it for other women what's coming into it. Just leave. You can say you're not happy, you don't want to be there. Just leave. Stop making a fool of yourself and stop making fools of other women who you're supposed to be coming together and showing the world what people are and what they're about. Not this. This is not cool. 2024, and this is being broadcasted.
Right.
At that age, your age, my age, larger, you know?
Right.
You just don't behave.
Karen is triple 60 and having to hold a bandage on Kiara's head in the bathroom is the age we're talking. Look, it's geriatric girls gone wild. It's not okay.
And anyways, thank you for letting us up. I'm going to stand down. It's a bit late here now.
I appreciate you, Cantor.
Yeah,
we'll
thank
talk
you.
soon.
I'll DM you. Thank you, panel, for listening to us. See you later.
Right on. Thanks for coming up.
Bye.
Allie from Miami.
Hey, Curves, what's up?
Hey, what's up with you, sis? How's everything going?
I'm good. I'm just sitting here, but I just only have one question.
What's the question?
I have one question. Did Karen go to HR on Ashley like how she did Candace back in season 5?
Oh,
I'm
that's
just
a great question.
because that says a lot. Because she felt so threatened that she had to go to HR just because Candace said a few words. But then yet you saw a whole altercation. You saw someone got hurt, end up having to go to the hospital, end up having to get stitches. You knew Ashley. You said to yourself, Ashley is a liability because she bring her friends there knowing it's going to start an altercation. Did you felt the need to go to HR on Ashley to say, hey, she's a liability because she knew what was going to happen? Let's be honest, because I don't know why Ashley acts surprised, but if Candace had called Gizzelle everything but the child of God, what do you think she was going to do when she saw Deborah?
Right.
Because I have to give you this. Gizzelle said I was uncomfortable when it came to Chris. Deborah pretty much accused Chris for SA. So why would you bring this woman
around your coworker?
That doesn't make any sense. So I just want to know, did Karen go to HR? Because if it's not, then that explains everything we've been saying for the past how many seasons? That just visualized everything we've been saying for the past season. If you felt the need to go to HR for Candace, I need to take that same energy and go to HR on Ashley.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure she does. And another thing is, I think that's another reason why Bravo canceled their BravoCon in November, because all the accusations and lawsuits on Andy, the fact that both their two popular shows are like in shambles. They're not ready to be read for filth in BravoCon with all the fans demanding questions and demanding answers. So they're
Right.
doing everything, cancel it, having it next year, 2025, hoping that we're dumb enough to forget all about it.
But we're not. That's what they're trying. They are. That's why I think, you guys, let's look at this real quick, because we're on to something, you guys. We started a movement. There's a movement happening right now. We are not okay with being freaking triggered for our entertainment.
And at that moment, I fear we're going to have to apologize to Leah just a little bit. Until then, we boycott. Let's chit chat. Let's just be absolutely real. A 3-part reunion for this season was a money grab from the beginning, because this season was never juicy enough for them to be discussing anything for 3 parts of a reunion. And they filmed it at 4 o'clock in the morning, so he was playing in them girls' faces. You could have wrapped it up into. Let's just take the mean girlness of this show, put it to the side. Let's take the colorism of this show, put it to the side. Let's take the fact that they can't never seem to find a reason to let Gizzelle go and put that to the side. This show is boycottable because it's boring. Ashley ain't gave us nothing real to talk about since Michael convinced her to resign.
Thanks for coming, Allie.
With no legal representation. You got Kern, who been lying to us from the beginning, because we've been talking about her being an alcoholic and we never seen no proof until just now with the DUI situation. She moved and rent a new house damn near every season. It's a new sports car every season. Like, so we already know that you lying to us and we haven't really figured out why. That's enough to make us want you to leave. Respectfully, Rhonda, because we love Candace is going, but let's sit on Candace for a minute, because no, Candace was not perfect. However, that mouth didn't never require nobody to put their hands on her. That mouth was not the reason that Sesame Street character threw the drink. It was these people's inability to control themselves. Now, is the mouth reckless? Absolutely. Also, do you get to choose how somebody reacts to your reckless mouth? No. Sometimes it gets reacted to in a pop, 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 pop. And sometimes it gets reacted to in a please don't talk to me. You know what I'm saying? But you don't get to pick. Years, these women are absolutely going to have their surviving Bravo story. And at that moment, I fear we're going to have to apologize to Leah just a little bit. Until then, we boycott. Let's chit chat. Let's just be happy.
So there's hashtag boycott happening right now. I had started the hashtag blackout RHOP, because I really think a blackout would get our message across. So if you're willing to boycott tonight, if we could hold off on the 357 also, because on the replays on Peacock and on video on demand, that's also part of their viewership when they're approaching advertisers, right? So you watch tonight, that's awesome for them. But if you watch tomorrow or on the 3rd day or the 7th day or something like that, 357, if you watch on those intervals also, it's awesome. So if we can all not watch until next Sunday after its airtime, then they miss out on all the viewerships and all of the advertising dollars that they're banking on our Black trauma causing them. They're banking on Black trauma fattening their pockets. And we have an opportunity at this point, to really get them in the pockets. If we had a 357 blackout, that's not watched tonight, not watching 3 days, not watching 5 days, not watching 7 days, watch on the 7th day after the time it aired. So if it comes on at your house, usually at 9, don't watch until it comes on at 11 next Sunday. And then they miss out on every viewership dollar, you guys. So even if we don't watch tonight, that's okay. And that's excellent. I love us for doing that. But it's the 357 on the replays and the video on demand that they really also count on their viewership dollars to help fatten the advertisers and bottom line pockets. And I'm not with Black trauma being up for freaking capitalist consumption. Like, this is disgusting. You need to address these problems and get this lion heifer off of our screen before we give her another night to spew her freaking lying hatred, talking about the victim is responsible for getting raped in public by eyebrows. Like, there was a freaking assault with a wet drink she got from eyebrows And now she's about to get blamed and questioned by everybody on the freaking panel to the point of crying out to production that I'm here by myself. And we're supposed to watch this for inter-fucking-tainment? I say blackout, you guys. Hashtag blackout. That's the only way. And if anybody chooses not to, I'm not judging nobody because I'll probably be in your freaking review tomorrow about it. But I'm personally not going to be partaking. I'm reclaiming my time. I'm reclaiming my mental capacity. I'm positive I will have an excellent week not participating in Gizelle's ability to lie en masse and promote this turn around and blame the closest black person theory that she has going on. It's bullshit. For her to not say, Ashley should have never brought eyebrows to the thing. Why didn't she say that? I don't know. H, thanks for coming. You're new to the Curvy house. I hope you have time to smash the buttons. What do you have to add?
Good evening, everybody. This is my first time on your panel, Curves, but we have spoken before.
Yes, I remember your accent now.
Okay.
I love it.
Pardon?
I said it's good to hear you again.
Okay, thank you. I've just got a couple quick points to make. If anybody's already made them, then forgive me. Point number one, Ashley. If we go back to last season when everybody was in Mexico, Ashley sat down and apologized to Candice for bringing Deborah along. They were at the like a little water place, right. The watering hole place in Mexico. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's when Candice read her down about the relationship you're used to has got toxic elements and toxic notes. But if you go back to that episode, Ashley actually says, I apologize if you felt that bringing Candice, if you felt that me bringing Deborah around was harmful because it wasn't supposed to be. So how are we now in the situation where Ashley's got to apologize for the same thing again? Yeah.
And anybody who saw the finale saw Karen get in the ambulance, and in the confessional, she was like, Ashley, this isn't good. This is the second time. That's a liability. She said it herself, but she's quiet on the stage, asking, why did you use the word vermin instead of reiterating what she said in the finale?
When it comes, Candice can say whatever she wants. There's only everybody's supposed to use their words, and the words are not supposed to bring violence. Now, if Candice had turned around to Deborah, this is in my book where I come from. Now, if Candice had turned around to Deborah and said, I don't want to talk to you, go talk to your mother, then yeah, we can throw hands in that situation. But she called her the help. The help. Not a bitch. She didn't tell her, go and move, take away your dirty self from me. You understand? She just said, you are the help.
Yeah.
So Ashley knows what she's doing. Ashley, as far as she lined that one up nicely, because your good friends coming to support your event, and look at your friend shouldn't have even made it through the door.
Right. And no blame for her. It's so weird.
When it comes to Robin talking about, I'm uncomfortable talking about the negative aspects of colorism. But hold on 1 second. You can happily sit down with Neck and call yourselves the Green-Eyed Bandits. So is this nickname not a reference to something like a positive aspect of your color?
Right.
Do you see what it is I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So does that mean that we're going to be letting the Green-Eyed Bandit nickname go?
It definitely is an homage to them. Definitely.
So, if you're uncomfortable talking about the negative aspects, then how are you so comfortable talking about what could be deemed to be a positive aspect? So Robin's full of...
She's full of shit too, H.
I was about to say the same thing.
In season 1, reunion 1, Ashley told Gizzelle and Robin that not only were they the two most European adjacent people, but that they were the problem for always bringing race up. So she's had this conversation on this platform a number of times with her as the focal point. And now all of a sudden you're having to shart tears out because it's offensive.
Precisely. Like these, they really don't make sense. They don't make any sense to me. And, if you want to talk about keeping the ratings up, then Robin, Gizzelle, Ashley, they don't bring anything.
No, they don't. And it's really sad because this was a great opportunity for a Black show to be on. And like I said, if we go back and look at the pattern that has been so far, the season started with a couch full of light-skinned women and 2 brown women, Charisse and Katie. What did Gizzelle do? She picked a brown woman to attack, Katie. Who did they get off the show first? Katie. So now we have, and then they had the 2 ladies, and then by season 2 they brought Monique on. By the end of season 2, Katie was gone. So now you have Monique and Charisse. And then season 3, you bring on Candace, and then they chase off Charisse. And now they have Monique and Candace, and then they get Wendy. So now they have Monique, Candace, and Wendy. And it took some juggling for them to finally, we saw they were obviously after Candace, but then they turned their sights to Monique because of the altercation. It was easier to just go with her. So then they have Candace and Wendy left, and they didn't get a new 3rd brown skinned person until NECA. So now that they have NECA on, they're finishing off getting Candace off the show. And now they're going to have NECA and Wendy and maybe Kiara. They'll finish getting Wendy off the show and then set their sights on probably NECA because they go in order of who came on. That's been it, except for the one time they couldn't go in order when they had to get their order. We saw they were going after Candace, but then they went for Monique, who came on first. So that was still the order. So they go by whoever came on first. So if the formula is right, then they will continue in this vein.
I think NECA's going to be easier to get off than anybody because they've already been, NECA's already been throwing out the witchcraft word. So all they've got to do is just switch that background on her. Mm-hmm. And that'll be the easiest way to get her off. And then the last...
she lied. Did you guys know she lied about being from LA? She's not from LA. She's from like Wisconsin or something.
I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that.
So she's a liar face too, her and Mia.
Oh. And then the one final point that I wanted to make. The whole pairing of Gizzelle and Ashley to me is very, very strange. Because it's always been Gizzelle and Robin. So why didn't Gizzelle and Robin go into business?
Yeah, that's an interesting question because I think Robin likes to work out too. She only wears athleisure wear.
So me looking at that scenario, I believe that Gizzelle knew Robin was for the chop and just aligned herself with Ashley.
Uh-huh.
If that makes sense.
Oh, so you're saying that Robin knew that since that Gizzelle knew that Robin, the community peen Jizz Gobbler, was probably up on the chopping block because of the paywall situation, perhaps, maybe, I don't know. And so she aligned herself with the next person that's not Karen, which is Ashley. And then they came up with these horrible, those clothes were dreadful.
And I think
don't know who even styled the thing. It was dreadful, you guys.
Ashley's a safe bet at this moment in time because she doesn't come with Michael Darby.
But she does, because they're still not divorced and they're not getting divorced. She started the thing talking about she lovingly rubs his feet every night. And then tomorrow or to later on tonight, she's going to say, oh, it's toxic. I'm finally going to move forward with a complaint for him to finish the divorce. Bitch, you just told us you love sucking his toes. That's disgusting.
Ugh.
She's a liar.
No,
Her forehead is full of lies.
Ash, no, when I say Michael Darby's still in the picture, but he's not on the show. And that's why I say Ashley's right here and now is a safer bet for Gizzelle. Because if Michael was still on the show, then she'd be going into business with somebody whose husband is constantly, grabbing hands.
You're right.
But now Michael's off the show. Well, you're right, but that the one fact of Michael not actually appearing, so if another rumor comes out about him, they might bring it up on the show. But the most they're going to say is, especially if it's legal, I can't talk about it.
Right. Does anybody up on this panel think, in their wildest imaginings, that the $2 million price tag of the defamation lawsuit was in a direct correlation to try to get Ashley's house paid for by Candace? I thought so.
Yeah. Because when you think about it, if he can sue somebody and get the $2 million, it saves it coming out of his pocket.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot going on in these freaking Bravo streets. We're going to have to really make some decisions, people. It's going to be a personal decision. We can decide to condone this and condone what we're going to hear and be complicit in getting Gizzelle paid and be complicit in Bravo using Black trauma for, a bottom line. We can. It's totally, it's supposed to be entertainment, but I'm too triggered. I think I'm going to wait till next Sunday to do my review. I will be supporting other people. Let's go around and get this final, because look, I've been on live. We're going on 5 hours. Thanks for coming through, everybody. Make sure you smash the like button, smash the subscribe button. If you haven't already, ring my bell so you can get notified next time I upload a video. And so you can become part of this beautiful curvy community. I think I'm only like 40 away from 2,000. So if 40 of the 140 people could smash the subscribe button, I could get to 2,000 a day, which has been a goal of mine. And I appreciate you for being here. So let's go along with the final thoughts. Let's start in the bottom, Chanel, and then we'll go to H, and then we'll start with my voice twin, and then we'll be out.
I think this is great. I have been waiting for you since yesterday. I'm like, when is she going live? I need to know.
Right on.
I did want to ask 2 questions. I want to know if you guys think that Bravo will actually fire Gizzelle, like because of the uproar. Because if I'm just being honest, I do think that people, especially brown people, we can get up in an uproar and hashtag things and all, for like a month, and then go back to whatever, because Kim Kardashian decided to be naked somewhere, and then it's like that becomes the news. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just asking if you guys think that, because I hope that they're having a emergency meeting with her, but I just feel like she's gonna do the whole, my children were getting, death threats and so was I, and this, that, and the third, and make herself the victim. That's just personally how I feel. So I don't know if they'll be able to get her out. That's my opinion, but I hope that they can. But I also hope that they can just do away with the whole cast. I don't know if that'll work. And then the last thing I wanted to say, I do think that it's very interesting to me that the person who's caused the most mayhem is Ashley. If you look at it from season 1, she was talking about she's had it with everyone except NECA, and that's only because, in my opinion, she conspired with NECA when they sat in that conversation acting like Ashley didn't know whether or not, about that whole OSU thing, and then NECA acting like she didn't know that Dr. Wendy had a PhD. It's just like, girl, stop it. But with the exception of NECA and the new girl, I forget the other lady's name that got into the fight with eyebrows lady. I just feel as though she's the slipperiest person. And it's also very interesting to me that she's the slippery snake that smiles and nobody seems to, even Candace. And I feel like she's been the most treacherous to Candace. Yeah. And Candace still somehow, it's almost like she's under a spell. They just continue to forgive and move on. And that's part of the reason people feel like there is colorism going on. How certain people can do and say the most egregious things. As long as their skin is light, we can move forward. We can't do so with Wendy or Candace. And they're the ones that are being physically attacked. And then it was one other thing that I was going to say. Oh, and the last thing, because you guys brought up Michael, I was just going to say, I don't understand how we went all that season and really this season and how egregious Gizelle's attacks were on Chris, in my opinion, to leave it open-ended. It's like open-ended questioning and not really putting anything to bed and really saying, because this is my problem with Robin. Robin, I think, knows that Chris didn't do anything. And I just wish she could have stood on it and just been like, Gizzelle, that's dangerous. What you're saying is dangerous. You need to apologize and move forward. It's not saying that Gizzelle couldn't have felt away or whatever. I'm not saying that, but to act as if he's the reason you felt away is crazy. No, you just felt away because you were in a room with a man. It could have been any man. It didn't have to be him, and he didn't do anything. You can't say because I'm here, right, I'm doing something to you. But I do feel like it's interesting to me that she's ruined this man's career, in my opinion, in so many levels, and there isn't any charges filed yet. From season 1, I believe, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but Ashley's husband was grabby on film and doing all kinds of things, and he wasn't even seen, even though the public saw him as egregious, he wasn't even seen that way. Like, I feel like the questions that Andy asked him wasn't,
they
didn't match the crime.
Andy was never asked with as much nut hair to freaking Michael and his groping hands ass anything that he sat there and turned to Chris with his whole body and was like, well, Chris, have you ever, like, don't ask me shit. Don't ask me nothing.
Right.
You didn't ask a literal person who SA'd one of your producers, sir, any questions, but you're going to sit here and ask me something?
Right. And then the way they gaslit Candace and acted like, what is she talking about when Candace said you accused my husband of SA? And everybody acted like, I was just like sitting there, the whole audience had been sitting there like, are y'all serious right now? Because she said multiple times that he grabbed or touched the lady's leg or felt her butt, and everybody on the couch was sitting there like, we don't know what's going on, we have no idea, as if this lady's crazy. That's the gaslighting that I can't take. But it's just, to me, how y'all can conveniently forget everything that this one man has done since he got on the show. But we keep bringing up and acting like Gizzelle is this hurt person who did almost nothing. It's bananas to me. But that's it. That's all. Sorry.
Right on. Well, that's Chanel's reality, you guys. She has a YouTube channel in these streets. Thanks for coming up and sharing your POV. I appreciate you. H, what are your final thoughts?
I think Gizelle's karma, unfortunately, is going to come through her children. She's got 3 young girls who are a darker complexion than her. So whatever she cannot see, if she can't see how and where she's going to go wrong, sorry, if she can't see how she's gone wrong, how her attitudes just stink, then her kids will be the ones to come and tell her, when they're crying on her shoulder.
Yeah.
And I'd also like to say that Robin's a horrible person. I regret telling the truth about your husband if I knew that you wouldn't tell a lie for mine.
She said it straight out. She's crazy. It's a lot. Are you gonna watch tonight, or are you gonna watch later this week?
I don't really and truly. I don't watch it. I mainly watch the bootleg copies on YouTube, or I just watch mainly the reviews. And you're always gonna get the gist of what's happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, Robin sat down and told the truth about Michael Darby. Oh, I'd love Oh, I'd love to suck his.
His
She told the
sausage.
truth about Michael. Yeah, she told the truth about Michael Darby. But and Ashley's had as much to say as anybody about Juan. But I regret telling the truth about your husband because you won't lie for mine.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, AAE, my voice twin, what do you have to add? Final thoughts.
Curves.
Yes.
Great show. You have been quite busy the past few days. Congratulations. You're about to reach 2,000. Very important. Right on. Very important discussion. Very, very important discussion. It's a good live.
Yeah, it was. And I appreciate your POV and that added, I hadn't really been thinking about that, but now that I've been sitting here thinking about it, I kind of am like, well, Black people are kind of like the brokest class when they're dealing with certain things. And then I do have some very affluent Black people friends who like really just aren't even bothered with any of this color stuff. They really aren't. They really and truly, they are just like, you don't have to even worry about it where they are. You just don't, because it's not a consideration when you get to the certain rooms where the only reason you're in that room is because the amount of money you have. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So I get that. I get that. And that was a good spin on this, because in me realigning my frequency, my vibration, which I'm positive will be much higher after not watching this tonight. I'm positive I'm going to raise my frequency and my vibration by not engaging in this debauchery tonight.
It is. It's very exhausting.
It really is, huh? It really is, huh?
It's really exhausting. And just
it really is.
To keep in your brain. That's one thing, just like you said, don't consider it. Don't consider it at all. If you even believe that this type of negativity is coming at you, get away from it.
Making room for it, actually.
Don't even make room for it. Just move away, whether it be at the workplace, like we're seeing on this show, and that many, Black women experience themselves. Just get away from it. Get away from it. Stay where there's focus on the work, because the work means the money. And you may have a particular look or a hue that may open a door, but to keep yourself sustained once you get through that door, you really have to kind of let these antiquated, ridiculous, broke thoughts be gone. Because when you say it like that, it's kind of like the social construct that is race is designed to keep a certain type of malleable mind chewing on some bullshit. I can see that. And actually, to kind of extend on that, maybe it's best to have that malleable mind. You have that one initial thought, but once you enter a particular environment, like you just said, be malleable, be open, be liberal, not like political party sense, but just like be open for change. Right. And just realize that you don't have to take what happened to you in the past or what you've experienced in another environment in your current environment. And that's, I know I'm kind of veering past what we're discussing, but you made a good point. Capitalism, we see green. Capitalism is green. Go in there, produce, do your best. There are benefits. Just be yourself. If you're a Black woman or you identify as the Black woman, stay in that and move forward. You are going to experience racism, especially when, we have a look. There's something about, the aura that we bring, the shine that we bring. Embrace that. Don't get involved in all of this other nonsense colorism. Get away from that, because you just kind of proved my point. Once you're affluent, once you're in the zip code, once you're in the tax bracket, and you're paying payroll, they're not seeing hues and color. They're just seeing you as a Black woman. Just get in that mindset and you will make your money. Like, really just be focused. Like, what is your focus? I want to see your work. Like, what is your goal? I have a goal of making 100,000 in this. Right. Stay focused there. Anyone who's deterring you, especially colorism, my God, especially colorism, get away from it.
Can I say one more thing? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say this. Let me see, how do you say it? Barack Obama and his beautiful wife, Michelle Obama, made it to the highest office, the most prestigious office in this land. And if we're going to say nothing is about color, please explain to me how come the whole time this man was president of these United States, the most powerful seat in the world, allegedly, was constantly talked about color, was constantly berated because of his color. He did everything you're talking about. He went to school, he's educated, he continued to uplift, he went to Harvard. His wife did the same exact thing. They uplifted, they came up out of poverty, so on and so forth, and made it to the highest office in the land. And they talked about color the entire time. They talked about her color the entire time. They're still talking about these people's color and where they supposedly are from or are not from. And these people are educated. They're moving in the circles beyond the circles that you keep talking about. No shade. I'm just saying. So it's just like this idea that we're going to pretend as if colorism somehow depletes because of your bank account. That's ludicrous to me. No, you can be smart, you can be educated, you can have all of the things and all of the, flying on the private jets. That man flew on Air Force One, the only jet that really kind of matters in this society, with all of the power in his hands, and he still wasn't accepted. So please explain to me how we're gonna exclude colorism in the highest office of the land. It's still prevalent. It's the only thing they talked about the whole time he was running and since he's left. So it's just like this idea that we're going to pretend as if colorism doesn't exist in certain circles. Explain to me how it existed in the only circle that really matters, where real power is being wielded, where real money is being wielded. All of the money that America has and all of the debt that we have is being wielded, but somehow colorism was not absent there. Tell me how.
Larger, may I respond?
It's crazy. That's not
Yeah, I would love to hear. I love this debate. Go ahead.
Barack Obama, black, wife, black, children, black. I'm done. That's it. His race was a factor. Nobody cared about his color. He was black, black, black. Barack Obama.
That man has a whole white mother.
Who? So what? And that means
he had a whole white mother, but the only thing they talked about was this man's color.
No, they talked about he is black.
Well, that's what she's saying is that they only saw.
No, you continue.
They would bring up what he wore when he visited his family in Africa. Black, black, black.
You can't have it both ways. You can't say that colorism is void.
You are bringing up, you are the one hanging on to colorism.
You keep saying colorism doesn't matter as long as you're in the right circle.
No,
he was in the only circle, and they constantly talked about his color.
BLACK, black, white, black, all of it black.
What I'm saying to you is love. What I'm saying to you is love. You continuously are saying that colorism, we need to wake up, and that colorism doesn't have anything to do with it. Our color doesn't matter. Green is the only color that really matters if you're in the right circles, right? That's what you keep saying.
No, it's more than circles. I'm saying majority society. I'm saying society, not black
whichever
community.
Society.
If you are black community, you want to stay there.
No, I'm not staying anywhere. I'm living in the life, sweetheart. I'm not staying anywhere.
Completely understand. There's a very good chance, more than likely, you're going to experience colorism.
Listen,
I understand.
Listen.
If you don't want to deal with that, get away from colorism. Understand you're going to be black in majority society, capitalism, which is white owned, white operated, white money. You are going to be a black woman. That's it. If you want,
I am a black woman.
If you want to continue,
I am a black woman.
That colorism is going to continue. If you think you're going to sustain colorism, if you really believe that,
I'm not sustaining anything.
I'm saying don't care. It's completely up to you.
Okay.
If you want to bring in colorism, or just may explain, if I make just my own personal example, I was working for a company, the last company I worked for. I did, there was a lighter, she did look like Robin. She was the manager, one of the managers who hired me was a black woman. And I didn't know there was a light-skinned, a lighter-hued woman. Both of these women were older. And they I could see what was about to happen. What did I do? I ignored her and went to work for someone else. I just ignored her like she didn't exist. I don't even if I assume it's there, I get away from it. That's it. And I will, and I'm not to, I know some people in the live chat may get a little upset with me, but I have noticed it is 100% from Black women, just from my experience. So whenever I see that or even think I'm seeing it, I get away from it.
Okay.
I
let me
keep
give you.
myself as the minority. I go in there, I do one thing and one thing only: produce. I work.
Okay.
And I, as a Black woman, I am seen as a Black woman. I experience tremendous amount of racism, but I'm not going to tolerate colorism. It doesn't do anything for me.
Okay.
It's nothing there.
But let's
broke.
just say,
There's no
let's
money.
just say, let's use what you're saying. We'll just use that. Okay. Here's the thing though. If people just, okay, two things. One, avoidance does not make a problem go away. That's
Oh,
number
well,
one.
not
So
my
you're
problem.
saying,
It's not
let
my
me-
problem. I
I'm
don't
not saying
care.
it is. Just hear me out.
No
Just
problem.
hear me out. Just hear me out. Okay. So avoidance doesn't do anything but make the problem. Like when people say, I'm going to go away into the room and I'm just going to avoid this problem.
Right.
All it does is make you more alone.
Oh,
That's
well,
number
that's
one.
making
That's
money.
number one.
Don't
If I
care.
could just finish what I'm saying. Number two, the reason that racism and colorism and all the isms have somehow been broken down over time.
That's true, Mademoiselle. You're
just
correct
finish?
about that.
Can I
If
just
that's a Black person so far, that is correct, Mademoiselle.
Okay. So all I'm saying is this. The reason that we've broken down some barriers in all of the ism areas is because people chose to stop avoiding things, to say racism is wrong, sexism is wrong. All the isms are wrong. The reason that Me Too can finally come up is because people stop saying, I'm going to avoid that, the crazy uncle, whoever is constantly molesting the kids, and we're going to act like it's not. The reason that we can finally have R. Kelly and Bill Cosby and all of the Epsteins and whomever else in jail is because people decided to stop avoiding what you see right in your face. Since I'm 16 years old, they were talking about R. Kelly was married to Aaliyah, who was 15 or whatever, however old she was. This is the reason we can't sit around and say, oh, well, that's not happening to me. I'm just going to sit over here. Those type of people don't break glass ceilings. They just don't. It's not saying that you can't produce. It's not saying that you can't, put your head down and go on with your life. But I'm saying that isn't the only way. Yes, plenty of people in time, just like the people who like to live in their bubbles, can live in their bubbles and produce and have a great life, and that's great for them. But it doesn't help the greater good to sit around and say, well, you know what, that isn't happening to me. This person wronged me. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let people that keep coming behind me keep getting wronged by these people like Bill Cosby, like Weinstein, and like whomever else. And I'm just using them as examples. The reason that we break glass ceilings, the reason Rosa Parks is on my shirt saying nah, is because she decided to stand up and not sit there and be quiet and avoid the situation. She said, I'm going to stand up for something. If you don't stand for anything, you will fall for everything. That is all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you don't have the right to have whatever it is that you think. You do have the right to sit in the corner or go into the other office and simply produce and keep your mouth shut and make your millions and whatever else. I'm always going to be the person who's going to stand up for the little people. I'm a whole social worker and a whole therapist. And that is all I've been doing my whole entire adult life, working life, is saying, have a voice. Stand up and say something. Don't allow people to mistreat you and let it go on and on and on and on, because guess what people will do? It's the taker mentality. If I'm a giver and I never say anything about the people that are taking, and my child is a giver and my cousin is a giver and my boss is a giver, guess what the takers are going to do? They're going to keep taking. Take. So you have to have boundaries, but you can't let people walk all over you. You just cannot do it. Or we will have situations just like this where people like Robin, Gizzelle, and Ashley can run a complete muck. And people will say, oh, it's not colorism, when these people the whole first season did nothing but chase poor Katie around the set talking about her color the entire season. That is exactly what they did.
Like I said, my initial argument was that colorism equals poverty. There's no money there. There's just
you can
no
say
dollars.
Whatever you want to say. Tyler Perry and Oprah, who have said something, have a whole bunch of money. I am a whole brown person.
Money, then maybe we can say something. There's no money there.
Listen, I am a whole brown person, and so is my husband. And I can shop at the malls, at the Chanel's, and the Balmain, and all of that, and travel to Dubai. And I can do all of that, and I still have a voice.
Where is the money? There's no
money.
But
here's what I'm saying, love.
Colorism equals
here's
poverty.
What I'm saying.
You're not producing anything.
I've said something my whole entire life, and I still
produce. That is valuable. Please
Hear what
share.
I'm saying. Hear what
What
I'm
has
saying.
colorism? You're not even answering my question.
Hear what I'm
has
saying.
Colorism produced that is valuable.
Hear what I'm saying to you.
What has colorism
I
produced?
can't talk about. Listen, love. What
You're
I'm
not
saying
even
to you is
answering
I
the
can talk
question,
about
Yarja.
what
She's
I
going in a
know.
million circles. She can't even answer one question.
Here's the thing.
What has
What I
colorism
know for
produced that has
sure.
produced
What I
value?
know for sure
Even a
is
racist.
saying
Whoa, wait,
something.
whoa, wait, whoa, 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 whoa,
Okay.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
What
whoa.
I know for sure is staying silent never helped anyone. It hasn't.
Whatever.
You have to speak up. You have to have a voice. And all I'm saying to you is, even with my dark brown skin, I sit at tables that I'm not supposed to quote unquote sit at, according to you, but I'm still flying first class to Dubai and staying at a top hotel and driving a luxury vehicle. I don't have to be quiet to be able to fly first class to Dubai.
Okay,
I have
so
a
what
voice,
does that have to
and
do
I
with what
still
I'm
can
saying?
do whatever I want.
You haven't brought up anything.
You can have your opinion,
you have brown
and so
skin
can
and you're
I.
living the life. What does that have to do with what I'm
Just
saying?
because you keep telling me if I'm silent, then I can,
silent
make
about
the money.
what?
If
What's
I don't
silent
say
about
anything,
what? I
then
don't
if I
care.
sit over here in my
Okay,
box,
then
then I can.
you
Well,
do
you know
it.
what?
I
You know what? I don't
I'm
think
saying
that
I have the life
racism.
of all of that.
Wait
That's
just a
what I
second.
deal
Both you
with.
ladies.
Racism.
Both you
If you
ladies.
want,
I
if you
love
think colorism
the
is the
passion.
focus,
Oh my God.
I love the passion, but what I feel like is that two things can be true. I'm feeling like I've been in this duality state lately with my heat flashes. I'm hot and cold. I'm tired and I have some energy. You know what I'm saying? I'm on this semaglutide, so I'm skinny fat. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I have a lot of duality going on in my personal life, like right now, that I've really been wondering, what does it mean? What does it mean? And so I'm feeling like it's just meaning that two things can be true at the exact same moment. And so both you ladies have a lot of passion in what you're saying, and both your points are completely valid and correct. Both of you are correct. There's enough room on right for both of you right now in this moment. What AAE is saying is not saying that you're wrong, Chanel. And what you're saying, Chanel, is not saying that AAE is wrong. But you are both not hearing what the other is saying. So one is saying specifically that one has something to do with the amount of money that a person can garner, because I feel like it's a focus thing. But you're also saying that we can't ignore what triggered us on TV in this case. So we can't ignore this, let's say. We can't ignore that there's this petition. We can't ignore that this is happening and that this bitch fixed her mouth to say that it's all fucking Candace's fault. We cannot ignore that and let it continue, because that's a disservice. I hear what you're saying. And I also hear that if we are focusing and paying attention as Black people, because colorism affects Black people specifically.
Correct. Yes.
So when we are engaging in colorism, aside from addressing it, because it needs to be addressed and then you move on, is what AAE is saying.
Can I just ask, what's her question? Because I missed the question because I was heated.
Once you are the minority, you're the minority. You're one of the few Black women there, and you're amongst, and especially if you're affluent where there is money, something like Couture Bay, when she was on the panel, it's majority white. Like she said cyber. I'm familiar with that type of industry. It is majority white. And I do a few light-skinned Black women, dark-skinned Black women. These are all Black women at the end of the day. These women produce. And I still see, like, one example, Curves. There was a light-skinned she's a light-skinned Black woman, light brown hair. She's a manager. She does well. She does very well. She's moved very well in this company. I know she did a project where she had to be up probably like 72 hours. It was a very big release. One of the engineers, who is not Black, took the time to thank her and talk about how well of a job she did. Like he really took a good few minutes to tell this light-skinned Black woman, you did an excellent job. He was he really meant it. So I typed in the group chat, well over 100 people, including a C-suite, who were in this chat, this meeting, over 100 people. I told the engineer, thank you for what you said about so-and-so. I said that. Remember, there's over 100 people. The only people who liked that comment were all the Black people. and only 6 Black people. I checked. So it's really interesting when a non-Black person takes the time, and I'm not even saying this is racism, I'm just giving you an example. When, not racism, just an example of the workplace. A non-Black person congratulates a Black woman who is senior for doing a really, really, really good job. That was really hard. I just found it so interesting that the only people who would upvote my comment, and not only that, I was the only person who commented about her. The only person out of over 100 in this call to say thank you for what you said to so-and-so. It's just interesting because you come in regardless of your skin color, but once you reach like the rooms or tables, I want to sit at the table. Well, you're going to be one of the very, very few as a Black woman, and you better come in as a Black woman. Look what Ebony K. Williams said. Ebony K. doesn't even talk about, oh, I'm light on this. She says, I'm Black mixed with Black. If you look at professional Black women, they know they are Black. They're not going up and down and around with all this color, I'm this, I'm that, my mom is this. Nobody starts with that nonsense, because once you enter those rooms, you are BLACK, Black, where the money is, which is majority white, capitalism, owned, white people. If you want to make money, you need to go in as a Black person. And I'm going to just make a quote from Kobe Bryant, regardless how you think about Kobe Bryant. He said to like his peers, don't play like you're light skinned, play like you're dark skinned, play Black. You go, you see, you are unambiguous, I'm Black. Don't start this light skin nonsense. Once you get in, you are Black, and you better start moving as a Black person. Don't even try that. I'm not Black, I'm mixed. Oh, nobody gives a damn. And you look stupid. I just gave you before the example with my neighbor. Most white people do not associate, they're just not around non-white people. Maybe a few Asians, very few. That's a whole other story. Very, very, very few Hispanic, especially the past few years. But when it comes to Black people, especially with the background, there is a shared background, Black people, white people. Yeah, they see Black families. Oh, Black family. Oh, a Black woman, Black man. Nobody cares about color. I just know, my neighbor, I didn't know. Like, they just don't know because they see you, whatever color you are. Gizzelle is a Black woman. Robin will be viewed as a Black woman. This is one of the reasons why Robin always says she's a Black woman, because she doesn't want to be mixed or anything like that. She doesn't want to deal with majority society. These white women are racist. They're very particular. And no one's going to look at these women and hold them in some special regard. They don't care. Larja, I'm not even joking. I was at a bar about 10 years ago. There was a white woman. She literally said, oh my God, look at your light skin. I literally was trying to hold my laughter in. Lord, like, oh my God, look at you like that. Like they do know like the little colorism, and like you can be treated like a pet because they think, oh, you feel special. They know how to pull and draw you in so that you can be like, like little special pet. Come on, be a pet, please. And Larja, I am as Black as all Black can be. Like she had been drinking too. They say these silly things. Come on. You go in when you're looking if you are focused to make money, if you really are a Black woman, you want to get in there, make money for yourself, build an income, get in the tax bracket, buy a home in the zip code, you better play right. And that is leaving this colorism nonsense behind. In this company I worked for, once I moved away from what I thought was, the colorism, I was feeling that energy, I was promoted big time, continued to be promoted. And of course, I'll be honest, it was white men, because, he just saw me working. They want to see the work, and Black men too. They want to see the work. When you're, tech, cyber, you need to work. Nobody gives a damn about this color, especially from Black women. Need to let this go at the workplace. I already told you, Larja, that now companies are going through onboarding and making it clear during the onboarding process. Don't bring up skin color. Stop this colorism, because it's bringing too much liability. You've got to stop. And most of these groups where there's colorism, it's majority Black, and they don't produce. They're too busy in the colorism mindset, gossiping, eavesdropping, just doing nonsense, not producing. It just needs to stop. And I really hope, especially Gen Z, millennials, Gen X, and boomers are so ingrained in this colorism nonsense. Once I started moving myself away from majority Black women in these companies, because my income was just increasing, because my skills were getting better, and it's getting more and more majority men, majority white men, also Black men military. You need to go in and work. Nobody.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
I really have a question. It just feels, I'm not sure if the AA lady understands that your experience is anecdotal, and the reason that can I just speak what I'm saying? The reason that I'm saying
you do social work. That's fantastic. You don't do the industry that we do.
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. I'm a private therapist. Be very clear. Okay. So, but anyways, the thing is, even in the chat, you chose to say because I said I went to Dubai. That is not the only country I've been to. I've been to many countries, but I just wanted to help you understand that I don't have to be in the rooms that you're talking about to be able to do that. I'm in my own room. I'm a business owner, have been since I'm 21 years old. So I don't have to do exactly what you're talking about. I don't have to go and get up my skills. I already have the skills. I already have the college degrees. But what I'm saying to you is this: it's anecdotal. What you're saying is very dismissive. And this is what I was trying to get you to understand earlier. It is not that what you're saying has no grain of truth. It's what you're saying is true for you. What I'm saying is that I am not the only person, just like you're not the only person that feels that way. The reason that LRGA Curves can put up this thing that says that, I think it says that we are boycotting, or we want Gizzelle to get fired or whatever. What is it called?
The petition?
The petition. The reason that Gizzelle is trending, it isn't because of anecdotal information that's coming specifically from Chanel or from whomever's in the chat. It is because we are not being dismissive of what we are seeing. We're not going to sit here and say that we can't put 1 and 1 together and get 2. At the end of the day, that is what has happened. People are tired of seeing the complete mistreatment of people of color, of a darker skin tone, and they are calling it out. And what you're doing is trying to say, let's dismiss all of these people's voices because that isn't my experience, because I've decided to live my life this way, and I've produced and I've gotten X, Y, and Z from what I did. That's great. But that's not just because you did that way, that doesn't mean that me and however many other millions of people that are watching this show that feel that we want to sign this petition, may or may not sign it or whatever, are wrong. Because this is how we feel and what we see is going on. Why is it that you are right with what you see and believe is going on, but we're all wrong for what we see? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying if that's how you made your money, if that's how you came up, I'm the furthest thing from a hater. Even though I'm never going to be anybody's, what do you call it? What do you call those people? CPAs or anything like accountant? Because that's not my ministry. I am not going to knock that person if they pull up in a G-Wagon because they were an accountant. I'm happy for you, but that is not my ministry, and I will never be. I'm the social worker. I'm the person that's going to try to lift people out of poverty. I'm the person that's like, oh, let me show you how to win. That's me. I'm not going to knock you because you're winning differently than I am. I'm not mad at the man that was out here selling the drugs. I'm never going to sell the drugs. I don't want you to sell the drugs to me. And he went to jail and then came out. He learned from the people in the penitentiary how to, do it the right way, and came out and became a celebrity chef. This man did some wrong, learned some right in the system or whatever. He came out. I'm never going to be that guy. I ain't never selling drugs. I ain't never done a drug. But I ain't mad at this man because he flipped it and he did it a different way. He learned some things, and it's okay for you to say, okay, listen, this is how I'm doing it. This is how I made it. Where the problem comes in, at least for me, is that what you're doing is the wrong way. You need to stop what you're doing, and that is the wrong way to look. That's the problem. You cannot judge people based on how they choose to do things if what they're doing isn't bothering you. If what I'm doing by saying colorism is then impeding on what you're able to do, then holla if you hear me. You can say whatever. But none of these people, including me, or doing anything wrong by saying, this is how we feel. This is what we think is going on. It is not working against you. What you are doing by saying, basically, everybody's wrong for thinking the way that we think, and we need to just throw away everything that we thought and we saw because you don't feel that way, or a subset of people in the world may or may not feel that way, is no way good for anybody. It's actually gaslighting at the highest level. To tell someone how they feel is wrong is the ultimate gaslighting. You can't tell somebody that they're wrong for how they feel, even if how they feel is wrong to you. I can't tell you that you're wrong for seeing that this is the way I was able to win because I shut my mouth and I learned to move in this certain way. Great. I'm never going to even be mad. If you came to me and I met you and you said, this is how I was able to win, I'd be like, high five, girl. But then you can't say to me, well, Nikki, because you chose to not be silent and not do it the way I did it, because I was able to win this way, that my way is the only way. That is how come I can be a social worker. That's
why I'm saying I feel like we're misunderstanding, because she put it right here in the chat. She's not denying colorism. There is such a thing.
She's saying that we should dismiss it and leave it alone.
She's just saying that it doesn't lead
that is wrong.
Anywhere as far as money's concerned. She literally is only equating it to how much money is to be made if your focus
Who is asking about that though? Nobody.
Nobody. It was just a point. It was her point that
that's what I'm saying. She's driving home this point that we need to, that colorism isn't profitable. We heard you.
It's not, especially if we black out, they'll see that it's not it's not profitable because we are not going to be participating in watching that happen from our own people.
That part of it, I agree with. The only part that I'm disagreeing with is the dismissiveness of it. It is telling people that because they didn't do it this way and what they are watching is absolute BS. Their perception of what's going on is absolute BS because they're not looking at it from her glass is wrong. That is gaslighting. You can't tell people that what they're seeing is absolutely wrong. That's just like a white person saying to me that you can't tell me that racism is happening. Yes, I can. I can say it's happening. And that white person can say, well, it's not profitable to say that racism is happening. Okay, you're right. But that's not what anybody is saying, in my opinion. I feel like the people that are boycotting are the people that have a mindset that's similar to mine. The only thing that we're saying is this stuff has been going on and we've been asked to ignore it, overlook it, not talk about it. And we've been, I feel like, very accepting of it and kind of being like, all right, we're going to tolerate it. And at this moment, we're like, we're over it. We don't want to tolerate it anymore.
Yep. Hashtag no Diddy.
Let's talk about it. And I think really what happened more than anything, even also more than the colorism component, was when we had this lady who's gotten away, in my opinion, with murder, accusing this man of doing something he never did. That's when I feel like the pot just really boiled over and people were like, we're done with it. And now she's blaming the same Black woman for fighting, and she didn't even fight for a fight she wasn't a part of. That's why people are mad. It isn't because colorism is being talked about. It's just saying we're tired of ignoring it. We're tired of sitting quietly. We're tired of laying down. We're tired of accepting it. We're tired of overlooking it. We're tired of ignoring it. We're tired. We should be able to say that without someone then coming in the room and saying, well, what you're looking at is false. It's not false. You can't be dismissive of what people feel. You can have your perspective, and I promise you, I don't have anything against you, and I don't feel a way about you or nothing like that. I'm an objective human being. I promise you I don't. But I just can't sit back and say, oh, well, I'm going to let someone say, well, we need to say that colorism is nonsense. It's not. It is something that is happening. It's alive and well, much like racism and every other ism. And not talking about it doesn't help anybody. That's it.
Right on. Well, that was passionate. I love it, ladies. I love it. I feel like, look, there's enough room on Right for everybody. One doesn't take away from the other. AAE had a fabulous, provocative point that colorism equals poverty. And Chanel's reality has a fabulous, passionate point that we need to address this shit so it can be done. So there's enough room on Right for everyone. Both things are true. Both things are true all over, because in this particular case, the colorism is getting Candace out of a check. So she's about to be less money because of colorism, fucking around with colorism, right? And conversely, we all have the opportunity to engage in our own check, understanding that racism is going to happen and that most people outside of our race are only going to see us as the one thing, which is Black. So trying to parse it up amongst ourselves and then arguing is not going to get us closer to a bag, in a way. I think that's where we are. Did I synapse it okay? Yeah, see, there's enough.
You did a
room for
great job.
everybody. I love you guys.
You did a great
I
job.
love you guys. Right on. And I love everybody for coming through today. And thanks for sharing your opinions and looking at these videos. And look, the petition is almost, look, we're up to 896 out of 1,000. I tell you, when this came across my desk this morning, to get Gizzelle Bryant terminated, the link to this petition is in the description box. If you are not with her, this one is because of her false accusations against Chris. Plus, she's a cause of immense distress to Chris and Candace. Plus, she's gone after all these other marriages and has the same storyline season after season. And it's because she's a colorist. So this particular is because she's a colorist, and she stopped Candace's bag. So now her bag has to stop because colorism equals poverty. And then we also were watching this video. We see Candace was minding her business, her whole beautiful business. We saw Ashley walk her eyebrowed friend over here to assault Candace. And when that didn't work, she didn't try to stop her friend's assault. She stood there. And then when the cameras picked back up, her 5 head full of lies was like, what happened? What happened? And she was here the whole time, you guys. She knew exactly what happened after she walked her friend over there to assault Candace. And then she gets back on tape and helps promote the idea that Candace is to blame for her own attack, you guys. She was dancing with her back turned and got assaulted. And then we also went over the how blackout and boycott RHOP is trending. And then we also went over the thing that triggered everybody, that started the petition, which was the clip of Gizzelle having the opportunity to get in front of our cameras and blame Candace for being assaulted, right? So that's what started all of this, was that damn clip. And I feel like that's also, we got to get a bravo, you guys. They're playing with us and they're playing in our faces. They put out this thing knowing full well the backlash they had been receiving all week long. They could have re-edited this. They could have cut some shit up so we don't have to be further triggered or anything. But did they? No. What did they release? Except for this package right here.
Brooke, Candace, Wendy,
So
everyone.
That clip started all of this. That day that clip happened is the day that this Danique Thompson from Florida started this petition 2 days ago. Look, 2 days ago, she started this petition. Okay. So far, 750 additional SIGs today. As recently as 2 hours ago, people are tired of Gizzelle wreaking havoc on people's lives. She's a miserable colorist that thrives on her perceived superiority due to her light-skinned green eyes. She's made colorist statements about others on her podcast and needs a lesson taught to her. Okay? Gizzelle is a bully. She needs to go. Boycott the last season. I watched parts of the reunion. She's bad for business, ruining the franchise. So there's a link to this in the description. You guys can go through and sign that. I appreciate your spirited conversation, all of your input. This has been a fabulous live. You guys know what? This is the first time I've ever had 150 people in my life all at the same time. I appreciate each one of you for being here. I hope nobody's ultra triggered beyond doing what's perfect for their life. If you feel like doing a blackout tonight for the 357, that means you're not watching any portion of Real Housewives of Potomac until next Sunday, because they count views through next Sunday. Okay? That's how the advertisers get their stuff. Okay? And then, so if we can hold off and not watch through next Sunday, it will make such a difference. And they might have that conversation with Gizzelle. If you really want Gizzelle out of here and this petition isn't going to get it, like I said earlier, I'm positive all we have to do is point out her anti-Semitic remarks that she made season 1. She was pretty loose in her tongue talking about Jewish people in season 1, and Jenny Wynn got fired for less. Look, Jenny Wynn reposted some memes. Gizzelle actually said some anti-Semitic remarks, okay? And we know those can get you in a lot of trouble. Ask Kyrie Irving. Chanel's Reality, thanks for coming up, darling. That was excellent. I love it. I love you. Thanks for coming up, sharing your POV. AAE, are you going to get a channel?
I can't.
Oh, yeah, you already told me that. She can't, you guys.
I
Well, you
can't.
can come through anytime and share your POV. I appreciate you.
No, I thank you so much. I wish I could, but clearance.
I know.
Access. Yeah, privileged access.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
I have to be a good girl. I have to be a real good girl. But
Yeah,
the good thing is, at the end of the day, working from home, I mean, just, think about it. Just go downtown, just a little cute catwalk, come right back before 2. I just go catwalk, buy an outfit, and catered lunch downtown, come right back home. 3,400 square foot home. I'm telling you, focus on the work. Focus on the work, be the best. And of course, Ebony made a good point. Go in, be a Black woman, be Black, be unapologetically Black. There's a charm and an aura. And the reason why other people have quote unquote issues with us, because we have it going on. We're just that great. We're fun and we're awesome. And we have a way of addressing risk, and we type fast. We're the best. I told you about she's light-skinned in it, but she moves like a Black woman. And she did have an engineer give her glowing reviews. And I couldn't believe it. Over 100 people no one said anything but me about, hey, thank you for what you said about, so-and-so.
Right.
When I work, I always make it a point. Who cares about color? I don't care about that nonsense. To introduce myself, be on my best behavior and make it a point hey, I'm here, I'm available. If even little things, here's my phone number. If you have any tech issues, give me a call. I can jump on your call. Bam. I always take good notes. And then I always share them. Other Black women on the call, I always share because I take very, very good notes. I'm a good sis. I'm a very, very good sis. And it's just when you get even better, the Black women that you work with, it's just incredible. One woman who hired me, I mean, at $8.00 an hour, this is a few years ago. That's not too bad. She was military. She was a military veteran, and she's the one. And she's military Black women are great, in my opinion, because that background, they really stay focused about the work. And she likes my little worker bee attitude. So it's once you make more, it's not just making more money, it's who you encounter when you make more money, because you're more responsible. Your work is more complex, and you can't just BS around. You actually have to work. There's the gossiping, the eavesdropping, all that other nonsense really is not there, because first off, everyone's making good money and everyone has a lot of responsibilities, and you really have to come in problem solving. I work, and so I'm here, if with another Black woman, we're all doing different types of jobs, but at the end of the day, you're still solving very big problems.
Right. So
you want to be part of a good team. It looks good when you have Black women doing well, working together, doing well, solving big problems, and also being courteous and promoting each other. There was one other Black woman, and she mentioned that she was barred. She just recently got barred in North Carolina. Ebony K. Williams, she's also barred in North Carolina. And when I found out, I was happy for her. Oh my gosh, so excited for her. And I did put little heart emojis, and I was the only one who said anything, but I did come off maybe a little high school, because they put little heart emojis, but I could care less. It's seeing, especially a young Black woman, she was recently barred. She's mentioning it on the call that she's barred. So she's proud of herself. Barred being bar licensure, she passed the bar. To anyone in the chat who doesn't know what I'm talking about. Of course, I'm going to show love. I am. And it means something, because I want her to see a Black woman purposely showing positivity and, love on a group meeting in our I want to see that because I want the other Black women to know like I'm available and I'm here. Like that's not even just promotion, but hey, like if you need anything, like I'm here, like, like just being a good sport, being a good sis. Like that's just how I am. Like I'm very respectful of boundaries, and and she's in North Carolina, but if remember, because in these types of jobs where you're making 6 figures, you primarily work from home, or you can, because it's tight, but solve problems. So you want to promote. I share my notes. Like I don't hide things like that. And if someone were like a young girl, the young girls in my past, whenever I saw like a young Black intern, I always took her with me, always, every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time. And I made sure she was on the hardest project, because the hardest project has the most visibility.
Right.
And
That's amazing.
And I was like, hey, and I put her on the calls. I made sure, hey, just CC in the emails.
Right.
I know what's going on. If you have a problem, don't worry about it. I'm right here. And she's a youngin'. She's a young one. I told her, certain skills to put on your resume. That I would always do. Like, hey, you're doing
I've been forgetting that Ebony is biracial because she's so brown. I forget.
She doesn't know her dad, but a lot of people think she's Indian, like Indian. A lot of people.
That would make
but
sense.
Ebony makes it clear, I'm Black mixed with more Black. She knows what she is.
I love it.
She does not play games because she's a specialized professional. She has a hard terminal degree. Ebony is not playing that light-skinnedness. She knows full well it goes nowhere and no one cares, especially for what she does. I would be hard-pressed to find a Black female attorney who even starts on that colorism, light-skin nonsense. That's very hard-pressed. Because you are, when you are licensed as a Black woman, especially a bar license, your MD, it is a very different world. Very, very different world. And
there's 2 petitions now. There are. So I think Mademoiselle told us earlier. I finally just found it. So this one that we've been watching since this morning, we're finally up to 902. This link is in the description box. If you want to sign this petition, we're on our way to 1,000. Then this other one, actually from 2 days ago, still from 2 days ago, but nobody found it. Till now, I'll put this link in the bio too. Maybe they'll take 2 better than 1. This one is only wants 500 signatures. They have 250. It's from Jihad Carter in High Point, North Carolina. The other one is from Florida. And then remember, we found the other one that was from Mia. And that person was from Australia who wanted Mia off the screen for all of her stuff, all of her antics. This is short, sweet, and to the point. For far too long, Gizzelle Bryant has used RHOP as a tool to tear down women and peddle overt colorism to darker skinned women, all the while failing to contribute a noticeable storyline that kept viewers interested in her and her employment by NBC Universal. It's time for her to go. I love it simple like that. And I see somebody's in the chat that does not, Kimberly, you don't think we should be signing petitions because the people are going to be out of a job? How about we stand by that? When I stopped watching, I didn't broadcast to the world. I just stopped. And that's excellent. I'm so glad you did it that way. Look, I have a YouTube channel and I started this whole channel so we could talk about really hard stuff, including if we have to boycott our own people or not. Because look, if you're willing to go out on a television and program masses of people who've never interacted with Black women, that this is how particularly you treat Black women, I got a problem with that. And I think you don't need a job. And I'm going to tell everybody, I don't think you need your job because you triggered me during my entertainment. This lady right here has triggered me as a viewer of this show. I was triggered to see the abhorrent behavior for which she's treating her sestras. And I just came on here to talk about, do you think we should boycott just tonight? Or should we hit them with the 357 and nobody watch till next week? I was just asking a question. As far as it being broadcast, I am trying to get people on board with this because I'm positive all of our vibrations our frequencies will increase in a positive direction if we don't allow this to go on for another moment. I'm positive if Gizzelle cared about her job, she would not have made it her brand to tear down women who look like her. She wouldn't have done that if she cared about it. So I don't know how me saying don't watch this hoe is as bad as her mistreating her contemporaries for 9 seasons and getting rewarded for it. Therefore, I say hashtag blackout RHOP. Go ahead, AAE. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. No, I'm good. I'm good. I've said quite a bit. I've said so much, but yeah, you know, I mean, unless someone has any questions, I'm definitely good. I mean, you've had a long life. You've had a really good one.
I know this has been excellent. It's been superb. I hope that we're putting, like I started it all with, the ripple that I'm creating. The intention of this ripple is only love. The creation of this ripple is only evolution of self to the highest evolution of yourself, where we can just transmute this pain into something that's viable for us to all continue off of. That's all I'm trying to do. And sometimes you got to talk about shit stinking so you can all look for the shit and then get rid of the shit and then clean up the spot where the shit was, and then it won't stink anymore. How about that? Anyway, y'all, thanks for coming through. I need to go drink, eat, take my medicine, all kind of stuff. I love you guys. I love you guys. Thanks for coming through, everybody. Go sign these petitions. I am going to add this right now. I'm copying that so I can add it to the description of this video. So there will be two petition descriptions down there, because she's gotten away with this for a long time. She needs to just go on over to the pasture. Black community against Black community. Hey, well, look, she started it. She started it. We finished it. Anything you can do, I can do better. Anything you can do better than me. I don't know. You really have, I mean, this is like literally, she started it. Okay. So I love y'all. Be sure you smash the like button, smash the subscribe button. If you haven't already, ring the bell. You'll get notified when I upload videos, because I wasn't even planning on coming live today, you guys. The spirit just hit me, and so I came in here and shared a word, and that's all we're going to do. Okay? Be nice to each other. There's enough to go around. There's enough room on right for everybody. Just because we don't agree doesn't mean that I hate you or you hate me. We don't have to agree. That's why I have my whole own beautiful mind in my body, because we don't have to agree. It's all about just sharing these perceptions and getting these connections and making the world a better place, you guys. Thanks for coming through. And AAE, thank you. Thanks, Chanel. Thank Emmanuel. Thank Bianca, my newest mod. Thank Be More Shorty, my other mod. DT came through. All my regular curvy crew. See you in the next video. Peace.